Wolf
of Bones is Book 5 of the Wolf Shifter Rejected series. Published by Harley Romance Publishing 2023. Chapter 1. Talia. Montana was in the rearview mirror. After Galen received the call about Max's passing, the summit was over for the Longclaw Pack. There were no more meetings to attend. No briefings to give, or alliances to be made. Galen had lost the most important ally he'd had. His father. The news hit him hard. It hit us both hard. Max and I had become fast friends in the short time we lived together, and I'd taken care of him. Some may have felt the level of care he needed was a burden, but I enjoyed our time together. I loved him as if he were my own family, and he filled the void that had been left in my life after my father died. The hole in my heart had been ripped open once again, even bigger than before. The summit wasn't the only thing we left behind in our haste to get back home. I left Valerie and Victor in my wake, along with any information they may have had about my mother, her connection to the lost demon princess, and my red eyes. I was so close to uncovering the truth about who I was, where I came from, and why my eyes turned red without warning. But the timing couldn't have been worse. Galen needed me, and I would be there for him for whatever he needed and however long. Even if it meant I gave up on my search for the truth, and continued living a lie. I could hold up the charade for as long as I had to, if that's what it took to help him through the loss of his father. Word that Max had succumbed to his mysterious illness spread through the pack bond. Galen's shared pain through the bond had been enough to call every Longclaw wolf home to the pack's territory. They lined the streets of the main town on either side of the road like a parade route, heads bowed in communal mourning for the loss of one alpha, and to honor another stepping up to lead them. Galen white-knuckled the steering wheel, a muscle in his jaw twitching as he made the turn onto Cypress Lane. The small two-story house Max called home, with its cut grass and trimmed shrubs, looked the same as it had when Galen backed the truck out of the driveway and headed for Montana. Despite appearances, nothing would ever be the same again. I unbuckled my seatbelt, flipped up the center console and slid across the bench seat, leaning against his shoulder. His muscles relaxed as he rested his head on top of mine, and for a brief moment the tension eased from his body. I don't know if I can do this. Galen pulled into the drive and parked the truck. You can, Galen. I eased back onto my side of the truck, pivoting on the bench seat so that I could look at him. You can because you have to. I knew it wasn't what he wanted to hear, but I also knew that he needed to hear it. Headlights pierced the dark interior of the truck's cab when Theo pulled in behind us. He sat in his car, taking his cue from Galen. He'd step out of the car and head inside when his new alpha did. You don't understand. Galen closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath through his nose. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, of course you understand. It's just. You don't have to explain. I do understand. Which means I've been where you are, and I no doubt said the same things to my friends when my father died. They helped me as much as they could before I left the Northwood Pack. I stifled a sob, choking back the emotions that constricted my vocal cords and made it hard to breathe. My chest was tight and my heart ached, but I forced myself to pull in a deep breath and fill my lungs, composing myself as I let the air out slowly. They were there for me. Not as long as I would have liked, but I wouldn't have made it through that first night after my father was killed if it wasn't for them. Galen pried his fingers from the steering wheel and collapsed across the front seat, resting his head in my lap. You can lean on me, Galen. I combed my fingers through his hair, smoothing back the stray locks that fell over his eyes. I can bear the weight. I'm stronger than you think, and I am here to support you however you need. I wish I had half your strength. After everything you've been through, I don't know how you do it. His tears pooled on my leg and soaked through my jeans. I don't know how to do this without him. Yes, you do. I stroked his hair and slid my hand down to the middle of his back, rubbing small soothing circles against his coiled muscles. Your father prepared you for this moment your whole life. He raised you to be the man that you are today, the alpha of the Longclaw Pack. You will lead them through this, because it's what your father would have wanted you to do, and what your pack needs you to do. And what about me? Not the heir to the throne and future alpha of the Longclaw pack. Me the man. He pressed his fist against his chest right over his heart. When do I get to mourn? When does a son get to say goodbye to his father, if he's already gone? Galen, you need your pack as much as they need you. We're all mourning with you. I turned his head, forcing him to look up at me from my lap. Take comfort in them. Let that be what gives you the strength to lead them. I would have given anything for a pack that mourned my father alongside me. For the chance to bury him. You're right. He scrubbed his hands over his face, sat up and stared out through the windshield at the house where his father had raised him. His hand hovered over the door handle, but he didn't open it. I hopped out of the truck's cab, walked around the front of the truck and yanked open the driver's side door. I know you're still doubting your strength right now. I can feel you holding back, trying to keep that uncertainty and self-doubt from seeping into the pack bond. I leaned against the side of the truck and extended my hand. You can borrow some of mine. Come on, we'll do this together. He dropped out of the truck and grabbed a hold of my hand as tightly as if it was a lifeline I'd offered. He laced our fingers together and held on tight. The security lights mounted on the corners of the house flipped on as we made our way up the concrete sidewalk that led to the porch, where David and Marcus already waited to usher us inside. Theo rushed up the walk behind us, taking the front steps 2 at a time to close the distance and fall in line behind his alpha. Apart from the soft glow of the overhead light, mounted above the sink emanating from the kitchen, and the warm yellow glow of the bedside lamp in Max's room spilling out into the hall, the house was dark. But we didn't need light for our enhanced vision. It was as if Max called to us, his body waiting to be prepared for the funeral service, a magnet that pulled us down the hall and into his room. Galen dropped into the chair at his father's bedside, rested his elbows on his knees and propped his head in his hands. His betas formed a semicircle behind him, and I moved up and stood at his side. We stayed with him until the sun peeked through the blinds, and the mortician came to collect Max's body. Max's final orders as alpha for the Longclaw pack had been in relation to preparation of his funeral service. He gave specific instructions to David and Marcus, handling every last detail so that his son wouldn't have to bear the burden of making the arrangements while working through his grief and assuming the full responsibilities of becoming the new alpha. Galen conceded to his father's wishes one last time, even if he didn't agree with the decisions. Still, he adhered to the formal and regimented schedule Max had set for the funeral service. Lying in state, Galen crumpled the trifold paper program with a full schedule printed inside and tossed it in the trash can by the desk in his office at the bar. This is the part one hate. Is it selfish of me not to want to share this with everyone? There are members of the Longclaw pack that haven't been home in years. They just want to pay their respects. I grabbed a bottle of spring water from the mini fridge, along with a protein bar from the bottom of my bag, and set them on the desk. You need to eat. They could have paid their respects by being present and accounted for while he was alive. Galen peeled the wrapper from the granola bar and chucked it in the trash. And I'm not hungry. I know, but you still need to eat. You're no good to anyone if you let yourself get run down. I nudged the water bottle over the desktop calendar until it brushed his fingertips. You need to hydrate too. Thanks. Galen cracked the twist top on the plastic bottle, chugged half the contents and set it beside the protein bar. He went through the motions. Eating and drinking just enough to keep from being nagged to death by me or his betas. Galen had run himself ragged fielding calls from allied packs offering their condolences and conference calls with the council. Despite the preparations his father had made, there were some things Galen just couldn't avoid. The council was one of them. Grief and stress had taken their toll on him mentally and physically. He was sleep-deprived and well on his way to being malnourished. The protein bars I stowed in my messenger bag for him weren't enough to maintain a shifter metabolism. He needed to eat a substantial meal. The refrigerator and freezer at Max's were stocked with meals that pack members had prepared for their new alpha. Nothing said you cared quite like a casserole. They were all covered in foil, ready to be popped into the oven, but Galen had no interest in going back to his dad's to raid the fridge. We should probably head over to the funeral home. I glanced at my phone to check the time. David, Marcus and Theo are probably wondering where you are. It had been hours since he'd checked in with his betas. Galen had withdrawn since he got the call about Max's death in Montana. I don't even think he realized he was doing it, but it wasn't like him to leave texts and calls unanswered. I'm not a hard man to find. If something is wrong, they know where to look. Galen grabbed his suit jacket off the back of the chair and slipped his arms into the sleeves. They're worried about you. I held out my hand and pulled him close when he collapsed his hand around mine. I'm worried about you too. I spared him the lecture of distancing himself from the people who loved him. Given the way I'd handled the problem with my wolf's eyes, I was the last person who needed to be giving a speech about trust and relying on others. Who wanted advice from a hypocrite? Nobody, that's who. I know. He brought my hand to his lips and brushed a kiss across my knuckles. After Jamie died, I spiraled. Marcus, Theo and David were there for me. But I never would have clawed my way out of the pit I was wallowing in without my dad. Galen pulled his cell out of his back pocket with his free hand and pressed his thumb against the screen to unlock it. It opened to his contacts. Max was at the top of the list. When things were good, bad, or in between, he was the person I turned to. I keep reaching for my phone to call him, or my keys to jump in the truck and drive over there to talk to him. My dad and I were close, nothing like you and Max, but he was the one constant in my life. I know what you're going through, and I know it's not the same, but you can talk to me. He leaned in and rested his forehead against mine. It's like there's this hole in the pack bond that nothing will ever fill. I'm hanging on by a thread here. How am I supposed to take care of the pack if I can't even handle going to my own father's funeral? Oh, Galen. I pressed my lips to his in a tender kiss. You're handling this the best you can. You're grieving. No one is judging you. Maybe not today, but they will. His breath skated across my skin, raising goosebumps when he sighed. Someone will sense my pain in the bond and take it as a sign of weakness. You've been leading them for months. I cupped his face in my hands. Look at me, Galen. No one is going to challenge you. Someone will. We're werewolves, Talia. It's in our nature. He pulled away and stepped out of reach. We should go. I wanted to console him, to reassure him that his pack would stand with him and not against him. I wanted to tell him that he was wrong. Except he wasn't.
Chapter 2. Galen. We buried our own. An alpha's life could be violent. It all depended on the man, what type of person and leader he was. But an alpha's death, violence was all but guaranteed. They fought their way to the top, and fought even harder to stay once they got there. The scars inside the body and out, combined with the manner of death, raised questions. We preferred to keep that out of the public eye. Although, with demons on the loose and rampaging our communities, the secrecy seemed unnecessary. Old habits die hard. My father lived and died as the exception, not the rule. He led the Longclaw pack unchallenged until he drew his last breath. Firstborn sons inherited the title and the reins of power when the alpha died unchallenged, or, on rare occasions, retired. In some ways, pack hierarchy functioned like a monarchy. In others, it functioned like a cell block in a state prison. Still, just because a son inherited the title of alpha didn't mean they kept it. Like their fathers before them, anyone with the alpha title had to fight for it. More often than not, they lost. Political dynasties were all but unheard of in our world. The town's only funeral home had 3 rooms they used for viewings. For my dad's funeral, we reserved them all. The Longclaw pack was smaller than most in the surrounding territories, but my father had been well liked amongst his peers. Friends and allies from neighboring packs came to pay their respects. The mahogany casket, clear-coated and polished to a high shine, sat at the end of the aisle, on top of a metal gurney. White plaster pedestals molded in a Greco-Roman style were situated on either side, and topped with 2 large arrangements of creamy roses, lilies, and sprigs of lavender. A small pulpit stood to the left in invitation for attendees to step up and share their experiences and fond memories. Talia helped me prepare a speech the night before. The index cards tucked inside my suit jacket felt like lead weights in my pocket. There were so many things I'd wanted to say directly to my dad, and would never have the chance. Talia stayed up with me, listening to stories about my dad and the lessons he taught me. She collected my thoughts and put pen to paper. And no one would ever hear them. At least no one in this room. Unlike the service, those memories were mine. A piece of my father that belonged to no one else but me, and I would cling to that for as long as possible. I stepped up to the small podium, but instead of baring my soul and sharing my grief, I thanked everyone for coming and invited them to join us at the Pack Cemetery as we buried my father. When the wake ended, the pallbearers, which included David, Marcus, Theo, and myself, carried him from the viewing room to the hearse that was parked out front, waiting to take my father to his final resting place. To my relief, the majority of people who'd attended the viewing chose not to attend the graveside service. Their reasons didn't matter. I'd honored my father's wishes and extended an invitation, welcoming anyone who came. As much as I appreciated their kind words and support, I didn't want them there. Freshly turned earth was mounded beside the rectangular hole cut out of the ground. The Pack's private cemetery on our property was in a clearing near the western boundary, a dividing line between our land and the adjacent acres that belonged to our rival, the Northwood Pack. "Son of a bitch," Talia growled, her hands curled into fists at her side. "Was this what you were talking about this morning? Did you get word that they were planning something?" I followed her steely gaze to a deer trail that cut between a cluster of cedars along the property line. The Northwood Alpha stepped out of the tree line with his son Maddox in tow. The audacity it took to show their faces at my father's funeral raised my hackles and set me on edge. After everything they'd done to destroy our pack, they had a hell of a lot of nerve. And yet, I shouldn't have expected anything less. Maddox had assaulted Talia and violated the Summit Treaty. He and his father were more than capable of orchestrating an attack during the service when they no doubt perceived us to be at our most vulnerable. It was a calculated risk, one that would have turned into a costly mistake for them. As a pack, we had suffered the loss of our alpha. Our hearts were broken, but our spirits were not. Were we vulnerable? Yes. Did that make us weak? Hell no. My jaw clenched. If Maddox and his father made a move on the Longclaw Pack, they would find out just how strong we really were. Nothing unified us quite like a fight. We would defend my father's honor to the death, but to my surprise, the leaders of the Northwood Pack never made a move. Maddox and his father stayed on their side of the property line, heads bowed in seeming respect for several moments before they slipped back into the woods and disappeared. They hadn't come bearing an olive branch of peace, and I knew that the ceasefire wouldn't last more than one night, but I appreciated the gesture nonetheless. My father had been a great man, an even greater wolf, and he commanded respect, even from his enemies. I had big shoes to fill, and I hoped I would be able to live up to the challenge. Talia and my betas stayed with me long after the service ended, and the rest of the pack members had dispersed and headed home. I stood at my father's graveside, staring down at the top of the coffin that filled the open grave. The white roses tossed in after the service were a stark contrast to the dark lid of the metal box. "Galen, it's time." Marcus clasped a hand on my shoulder and jerked his head in the direction of the truck hauling a bobcat that approached the cemetery. "Why don't I give you and Talia a lift back to your place?" "That would be great, Marcus." "Thank you." Talia slipped her hand in mine and pulled me away from the graveside. "This shouldn't be your last memory of him." I knew she was right. The sight of heavy equipment backfilling dirt on top of the coffin, filling in the grave until my father lay 6 feet under, wasn't a memory that I wanted, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. I dug my heels in and waited until the ground was graded and the bobcat made its last pass. Talia pulled a wadded tissue from her purse, dried her red, swollen eyes, and dabbed at her nose. Faint streaks of mascara stained her cheeks. She had cried enough tears for both of us while we watched the undertakers finish their work. I regretted letting her stay, but I couldn't afford to let her go. I needed her support more than ever. The funeral service had to have been painful for her. Not just because she cared for my father, but because she had been denied the opportunity to do the same for her father. My father's grave was unmarked, but a headstone commemorating his life and death would eventually mark the spot of his final resting place. Yet another thing she had been denied by the Northwood pack. It was callous and selfish to lean on her when her own grief was still so fresh, but she never complained. She steeled her spine and tightened her grip on my hand. Talia was my rock. The guiding light that I needed to find my way to the other side of my grief. I wouldn't have made it back to my apartment without her by my side. My betas would have propped me up, made sure that I was taking care of myself, and helped ease my transition as alpha. They would have done their best, and as much as I would have appreciated it, their best wouldn't have been enough. They shared my pain, but they couldn't understand it. Not the way Talia did. She ushered me from Marcus's car through the bar. People dressed in black stood elbow to elbow, glasses and bottles raised in toast to Max, a hell of a guy who was gone too soon and would be missed. The crowd's chorus of my father's name followed us up the staircase in the back of the bar that led to my second-floor apartment. Talia held the collar as I shucked off my suit jacket and proceeded to drape it over the back of a chair. She grabbed the remote for the sound system and turned up the stereo to drown out the sounds from the bar below. Want a drink? I moved on autopilot to the bar, dropped an oversized ice cube into each bourbon glass, and poured 2 fingers of aged oak barrel whiskey. Come sit with me. Talia had curled up on the couch cushion with one arm draped over the back of the love seat, waiting for me to nestle in beside her. To Max. I handed her a glass and clinked mine against it. Salute. To Max, Talia echoed, sipping the whiskey before she set her glass on the coffee table. She patted the cushion beside her. Sit. I emptied my glass, set it on the table beside her, and collapsed onto the empty cushion. Closer. She grabbed my tie and tugged me onto her side of the love seat. I shifted onto my back, legs draped over the arm of the couch, and rested my head on her lap. The tips of her fingers brushed my jaw as she ran her hands through my hair. Her bright blue eyes glistened with unshed tears. We'd been through so much in such a short time together. I opened the bond I shared with the members of the Long Claw Pack as their new alpha, and focused on the connection to the woman beside me. Her pain was so familiar to me. It may as well have been my own. Talia needed to be comforted as much as I did. I reached up and cupped the side of her face in one hand and slipped the other around the base of her neck, easing her down until her lips brushed mine. She smelled of vanilla with a hint of whiskey on her breath, and I wanted nothing more than to lose myself in her essence at that moment. Talia kissed me, mewling with pleasure when I not only returned the kiss but deepened it. She loosened my tie and slipped it off my neck before moving to the buttons on my crisp white dress shirt. I pulled back from the kiss and sat up, shedding my clothes and helping remove hers until we were skin to skin without a shred of fabric between us. She was soft, warm, and everything I needed. We took our time, savoring each other, exploring each other's bodies. Any other time, the slow tease would have driven me crazy with need, but this was more than passion. It wasn't just the heat of the moment or desire. It was something more. Love. Caring. When I fell in love with Talia, I fell hard. I thought I'd been in love before, but even the feelings I had for Jamie paled in comparison to what I felt for Talia. It was unlike anything I'd experienced before. There was a fleeting moment of guilt and grief for the loss of a woman that I'd cared for. We were young, foolish, and carefree. I thought she was my mate, and I mourned her as if she were, swearing off any other mating when she died. But then I met Talia. She broke through the barrier I'd built around my heart without even trying. Talia completed me, and through the bond I knew she felt the same. She owned me body and soul. She reached down through the darkness that threatened to take hold of my heart and pulled me back into the light. Talia thought I saved her, but it was the other way around. It didn't matter that she had been destined for another. Fate was wrong. Talia was meant for me, and I would do whatever it took to make her mine.
Chapter 3. Talia. I never would have thought this was possible. I traced lazy circles across Galen's bare chest with my index finger. I was a fated mate, but the bond with Maddox was nothing like this. I mean, looking back, there wasn't really a bond at all. Of course, we never. I thought Jamie was my fated mate. She never bore the mark, but we both woke up every day assuming that was the day it would appear on her arm. Galen took my hand in his and brought it to his lips, brushing a kiss across the tips of my fingers. It never did. A mark? I murmured almost under my breath, though Galen would have heard it as clearly if I'd spoken up. You never received the mark when you and Maddox were together. Galen snaked his arm over my hip and around my back, pressing me close as if he feared I'd try to run away from him and the conversation. Not that I hadn't given him reason to feel that way. I had been keeping secrets. I'd been rejected once, and had no desire to experience that pain all over again. There were things that I wasn't ready to share, like the color of my wolf's eyes or the visit from the Alaskan wolves, Valerie and Victor, before we left the summit. As for my relationship, or lack thereof, with Maddox, there wasn't anything Galen could have asked that I wouldn't have been able to provide an honest answer for. No. I flattened my palm against his chest over his heart, and took comfort in the steady rhythm. Everyone said we were. My father, his father. I can't remember a time when I wasn't Maddox's fated mate. It was like part of the pack canon, and I never gave the lack of a mark a second thought. It's unusual, given the Northwood Alpha's disdain for you, that he would be so certain you would be fated to marry his son. Galen rested his forehead against mine, the warmth of his breath sending shivers down my spine. It is, isn't it? If I had any doubt about Maddox's feelings for me, he made them clear at the summit. He'd never loved me. Anger, disgust, hate. All of those emotions boiled beneath the surface. It was no wonder, with the way his father felt about me. Still, Maddox had given an award-winning performance before that. For years he led me to believe that he was head over heels in love with me. That I was his one and only fated mate. But it wasn't true. It couldn't have been. My life in the Northwood Pack had been a lie. I thought I was in love with Maddox, but I was too young, too naive to know better. With nothing to compare it to, it was all too easy for my ex-fiancé to convince me that he was my destiny. Ignorance had been bliss. At least for a little while. But I wouldn't trade the pain of being expelled from my pack, of being cut out of Maddox's life, or of learning the truth, for anything. Every tear that I shed had led me to Galen, and the love we felt for each other. I wasn't sure why Maddox or his father had been so hell-bent on marrying me into their family. I supposed it was another way to control me, and my father. When that didn't work, they murdered him and cast me out. I spent so much time and energy hating them, when I should have been grateful. Not marrying Maddox was the best thing that had happened to me. Next to meeting Galen. I know this is going to sound crazy, Talia, but I know in my heart that you are my fated mate. You have to be. Galen tightened his hold on me, our bodies molded together. I feel it too, Galen, but... The words wedged themselves between a sob and the back of my throat. There's no mark. I don't give a shit about a mark. I know what I feel. It's there in the bond. You're my mate, Talia. Galen sounded so sure of himself and the connection between us. But that was because he didn't know the truth. Everything he felt was based on the person he thought I was. Not the red-eyed freak I'd become. Would he have fallen in love with a demon-eyed wolf? As much as I wanted to believe the answer was yes, I feared the answer would be a resounding no. I was a hypocrite. Condemning Maddox and his father for the lies they'd ensnared me with, I should have known better. Yet, here I was curled up on the couch with Galen entangling him in my own web of lies. I want to believe that, to be that more than anything. I buried my head in the crook of his neck, hiding the unshed tears glistening in my eyes from his view. After everything the Northwood pack put you through, I can understand why you'd have doubts. He nuzzled into my hair and breathed in my scent. It's okay, I believe enough for the both of us. He adjusted his position on the couch, shifting me beneath him and wedged himself between my legs. In the meantime, I'll do whatever it takes to prove that we're fated mates. Galen's voice dropped to a husky primal baritone that raised goosebumps across my skin. Whatever it takes. I rasped, my heart racing and anticipation coiling within me. What can I say? I'm a dedicated man. He trailed kisses down my neck and slid his hands beneath the hem of my black dress, inched it up my thighs and proved what a dedicated man he truly was.
Chapter 4. Galen. The Alpha was dead, but the world kept turning. It seemed cruel that life marched on without my father, but I found solace in the imprint he left behind in our pack. There were glimpses of him everywhere around me, if I knew where to look for them. Talia made sure that I did. She used the expansion of the bond between us to sense my mood and search for examples of my father's guiding hand among my wolves whenever I needed it most. She soothed me in a way that felt effortless. We fell into an easy rhythm, and each day that passed solidified my belief that Talia and I were meant to be together. Her presence in my life was fate. It had to be. Whether Talia believed it or not. I had my work cut out to convince her, though. A faded mark had yet to appear on her arm, and she seemed to take that as a bad omen, especially after being convinced while growing up that Maddox was her fated mate. I wished I'd never mentioned a fated mark to her at all, but the fact that she'd never had one with Maddox felt like more proof she was meant for me. If only she believed the same. But we loved each other, and that was enough, for the time being. We had our hands full with the increased demon attacks. Things ramped up after my father's funeral. Almost as if his death and the attacks were connected, but for the life of me, I couldn't understand how. My father hadn't conjured or ever been marked by a demon. Still, there was no denying a correlation to his illness, the demon attacks, Talia's arrival, and her demon mark. It felt like various pieces of a puzzle were spread out before me, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make them all fit. One evening I was seated at my bar, pondering my dad's illness and how it might fit with the rest of what was going on with the attacks, when my phone danced across the counter with an incoming call from Theo. There's been another attack. Theo broke off speaking with me to shout orders to secure the property line to a wolf talking in the background, a wolf whose voice I couldn't quite place through our shoddy cell connection. Think of the devil and a demon will appear, I muttered, sliding off my stool and heading around behind the bar to grab my keys. What? Theo asked, sounding confused by my remark. Nothing. I'm on my way. I'd spent more time working and sleeping at the bar since we buried my father, but it was only a short drive back to the packland. I contemplated grabbing Talia from the bedroom upstairs to accompany me, but she'd been so tired since we buried my dad that in the end I decided not to disturb her. The death of my father and Alpha, her friend, had dredged up a lot of memories about losing her own father, I knew. 8 minutes and 3 tripped red light cameras later, I pulled up to the gate that separated Northwood property from the rest of town. A shifter stepped out from the cover of the evergreens that lined the property, unlocked the heavy chain, and swung open the metal gate. Darius. Theo and Marcus are waiting for you at the northeastern marker. Darius raised 2 fingers to his brow in mock salute and moved to secure the gate as soon as I drove through. A plume of dust kicked up behind the truck as I veered down the dirt road at double the posted speed limit for the main drag that wound through our small community. My trio of betas came into view as I rounded the bend toward the property marker. Shit. The cab jerked forward and back when I slammed on the brakes and threw the truck into park. I hopped out of the truck, headlights glaring and engine still running, ran at a full clip to join my betas at the scene of the attack. Fallen trees and broken branches littered the ground. It looked like a tornado had ripped through the woods that created a natural barrier between our property and the Northwood Pack's land. The ground was mounded in some places, splintered and cracked in others, as if the demons had burst through the soil in a surprise attack. The witches who had set up home on our pack lands had crafted a magical ward around our property to keep the demons out. They reinforced it on a weekly basis, rotating through members of the coven to ensure their magic wasn't depleted and the ward remained intact. They worked hard to keep us safe and honor our alliance. But the demons had obviously worked harder, at least in this instance. They were relentless in their attempts to destroy the magic shield around our property, and occasionally those attempts were successful. This was one of those times. Casualties. I rushed to join my betas, leaping over a narrow chasm that had been ripped open in the earth. The smell of blood and brimstone hit me the second my feet hit the other side of the crevice. My eyes, nose, and the back of my throat burned from the combination of copper and sulfur that coated the inside of my mouth and clung to my sinuses. Pam took at least half a dozen with broken bones and lacerations up to the meeting house to recover. He wiped blood and dirt from his eyes with the hem of his charcoal gray t-shirt. The rest. I followed his gaze to a pile of bodies strewn beneath the trees. Damn it! I growled, partially shifted claws piercing my palms as my hands curled into fists at my sides. The witches plug one hole in the ward, and the demons simply create another. How the hell are we going to stop them? The question was rhetorical, but Marcus answered anyway. We need to find their weakness and take the battle to them before they wipe us out, Galen. Marcus squatted down at the edge of the massive crack in the ground and stared into the black depths as if he could see the demons down below. Don't you think I'm working on that? My lip curled, baring elongated canines. My wolf paced just beneath the surface, ready to force the shift and burst through my skin in a terrifying display of fur and fang. But there was no one left to fight. Our enemies had done what they came to do and fled the scene equally fast. I held onto my rage by a thread. I feared if I lost control, I would never get it back. Easy, boss. David moved to stand between Marcus and me, as if sensing my wrath. With no enemies to fight, my wolf sought out the next best thing. Marcus was the strongest of my betas. My wolf sensed the inherent strength that made him a perfect choice to act as my second in command, and directed all of our anger and frustration at him in the form of a challenge. Marcus was wise enough not to accept. Alpha. Marcus took a submissive stance, bowed his head and spoke soft and slow. We need to bury the bodies. Some of the pack members are afraid the dead will attract more demons. David mirrored Marcus's posture when I turned my still irate gaze on him. That's ridiculous. I sounded more animal than man as I battled my wolf for control of my body. If that were true, the town's morgue would be ground zero for demon activity. The families need to be notified and given time to arrange a proper burial. Galen, we don't have time. Theo broke off and dropped to one knee when I fixed my partially shifted eyes on him. We are not fucking savages. I slammed my eyes closed, chest heaving as I sucked in breath after deep breath of air and forced my wolf to back down. Finally, I opened my eyes. Notify the families. All three betas moved, but seemingly at a snail's pace. They knew to tread lightly when I was in that condition. I knew what needed to be done to keep the peace among the pack, but that didn't mean I liked it. The problem with near immortality is that the age gap amongst our wolves was wider than the Grand Canyon. Some wolves clung to the old ways and superstitions. With demons roaming the earth, it was hard to blame them. We'll prepare a funeral pyre, I offered as a concession. That will be quicker. Let their families know that a proper memorial will be erected in their honor once we've eradicated the demons. I gave my instructions and left it up to my betas to decide amongst themselves which of them would carry out my wishes while I put in a call to Marguerite. The coven leader agreed to bring members of her coven to repair the breach in the ward and help us with a funeral pyre worthy of the wolves who sacrificed their lives to protect the rest of our pack. Marcus and David sprinted across the field, breaking into a full run when they reached the road that led back to the meeting hall. Theo stayed behind, most likely to keep an eye on me and make sure I didn't wolf out while I waited for the witches to arrive. Within minutes, Marguerite, Sarah, and several other witches appeared and set to work repairing the ward. Once the tear in the magic had been patched, they knelt before my fallen wolves and offered up a prayer to their goddess for the protection of their souls beyond the veil. "I am sorry, Galen." Marguerite bowed at the waist and offered her condolences. "You and your wolves have given so much to protect us all from the demons. But they're getting stronger. There's only so much my girls and I can do. Our magic is not without limits." "No one blames you, Marguerite." I wanted to reassure the High Priestess, but fell short with clipped words and a harsh tone. "Alpha." Marguerite lowered the hood on her cloak and met my gaze. "If you wish for me and my coven to leave your land, there will be no ill will between us. We have each repaid our debts to one another in kind. I'm not rescinding my invitation anytime soon, Marguerite. You and the coven are welcome here." I raked my fingers through my hair and sighed. I hoped my father's funeral would be the last one for the pack. At least for a little while, you know. "All too well, my friend." She clasped a hand on my shoulder and briefly shared in the burden of my grief, one leader to another. All too well. Faced with the death of several more pack members, it was easy to forget that Marguerite had suffered more losses in her coven than our pack had. Marcus and David returned with the victims' families in a caravan of vehicles. The four of us stayed by their sides, remaining steadfast as the funeral pyre burned. Words were shared and tears were shed while Marguerite and the coven tended to the bodies. I waited until the last ember had lost its reddish glow and turned an ashen black before driving back across town back to my apartment above the bar, where Talia likely awaited my return. It wasn't the greeting I expected. She'd been on an emotional roller coaster since joining my pack, and had hardly had a moment to herself to grieve the loss of her own father, let alone mine. She sat on the floor sobbing, curled up in a ball with her thighs tucked against her chest and arms locked around her shins. She buried her head behind her knees when I opened the door. "Talia, hey. Look at me." I knelt on the floor in front of her and tried to coax her out of her defensive pose. "Tell me what's wrong, baby. Talk to me." I felt confident I knew what was bothering her. Burying my father tore open a freshly healed wound and had been a painful reminder of what she'd been deprived of by the Northwood pack after the Alpha murdered her dad. Still, I wanted her to open up to me. Talia had been my shoulder to cry on. She listened whenever I needed someone to talk to. I wanted to be that for her in return, but she refused to let me in. Something had been eating away at her since before we left for the summit, and I wanted to know what the hell it was. "I'm tired of dancing around your secrets. You are going to tell me what is going on with you tonight." I raked my fingers through my hair, shaking ash from the funeral pyre loose from the tangled strands. She poked her head up and gazed at me with puffy red eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, but never spoke a single word. I thought we'd made progress, that we were past this. I pressed my palms against my eyes and willed my wolf to stay in the shadows of my mind. We were both raw and on edge after facing the devastation and death the demons had left in their wake. Talia shutting us out again was more than my wolf and I could bear. "Fine. You don't want to tell me." I opened myself up to the alpha bond I shared with the pack and tugged on the thread that connected me to Talia. "I have other ways of getting the information I need." She gasped and tried to close herself off from the bond, reinforcing the mental walls she'd built inside her mind to safeguard her secrets. I'd never played the alpha card or used the bond that way, because I'd never had to. Her refusal to share all of herself with me, the bad as well as the good, struck a heavy blow to my pride and my heart. Remorse set in the moment I saw the look of horror in her eyes, and my own gaze reflected back at me in the depths of hers. It was all too much, too soon. Admitting my feelings for Talia, burying my father and several pack members all in the same week. I was in turmoil, a bundled mess of emotions. But that was no excuse to invade her privacy. No matter how I sliced it, I'd crossed a line. A line that I'd drawn and sworn never to cross. Talia wrecked me, but there was no one to blame for my actions but myself. Fuck. I dug my keys out of my pocket and stormed out of the apartment, slamming the door behind me. My boots pounded against the steps as I stomped my way down to the bar. I needed some air and a stiff drink. I stalked across the room, grabbed a bottle of tequila from the top shelf, and stowed away in my office in the back. I threw open the window, sucking in deep breaths of the cool night air and guzzling down the high-priced liquid gold. Half a bottle of the caramel-colored liquor later, my temper had subsided, and a throbbing headache had taken its place. But the physical pain was a welcome reprieve from its emotional counterpart, and helped cut through the red haze of anger clouding my vision, since I'd been forced to resort to burning the bodies of our dead. The last time I'd felt that out of control was when Jamie died. And that was the connection. More senseless deaths that I couldn't prevent, and situations that were outside my control. Made worse by the fact that I was the alpha, and clearly failing at my job of keeping the pack safe and happy. As much as I wanted to know what was going on with Talia, she didn't deserve a show of force like the power flex I'd forced her to endure up in my apartment. That was a mistake. One that I couldn't take back. And then I'd gone and made it worse by walking out on her. Another promise broken.
Chapter 5. Talia. I screwed up. Galen came home and caught me in a moment of weakness. Rather than open up to the man I loved, I closed myself off. Galen wasn't prying. He wanted to help me, to take care of me. Which is what people did when they were in a healthy relationship, something with which I'd had little experience. My father had never opened up to me about any of the important things about his past and my mother, and my engagement to Maddox had been a lie from start to finish. Lies and deception were something I had plenty of experience with, unfortunately. I'd been lying to Galen for weeks. He gave me the space I'd asked for and then some, while in return I built lie upon lie until I forced his hand to use the bond to pry his way into my thoughts. When he threatened to use the bond before we left for the summit, I knew then that he was bluffing. This time I knew he wasn't. Galen wanted the truth. He deserved the truth, but it would take a lot for him to violate my trust or jeopardize our relationship that way. Something had happened when he'd been called away on pack business this time. He'd dealt with demon attacks before, but I'd never seen him react this way. Whatever it was, I felt it through our connection while he was gone, and picked up on his distress when he'd walk through the door. But he took one look at me and the state I was in and put his feelings aside, and then I called his bluff with my stubborn silence. He tapped the bond, shocking me, but I held him back long enough for him to see through the hurt and anger I'd caused by keeping myself closed off from him. And then he stormed out. He was only one floor away. I could sense he was still in the building, which likely meant he was downstairs in his office, but there might as well have been 1,000 miles separating us. I didn't know how to fix what had been broken. They say time heals all wounds. I hoped and prayed that would be true for us. Because I couldn't imagine my life without Galen in it. My wolf paced within me, begging to be let free. She was anxious and needed to run, but I couldn't let her out and risk Galen finding out the truth on his own. I needed to be the one to tell him. If only I'd had the courage to do it before I broke his trust. The clunk of Galen's boots hitting the treads echoed in the stairway, on the other side of the door. I watched the knob turn for what felt like an eternity before he walked through the doorway, with his shoulders hunched and head low. I called a pack meeting. I'm heading back now. You're welcome to join me if you want. He stared at the floor, refusing to look at me. But if you prefer to take your car and go on your own, I'll understand. After the way I treated you, I wouldn't blame. Of course I'll go with you. I grasped the olive branch he'd extended, and jumped up from the same spot on the floor I'd been sitting on when he stomped out. Let me just grab my purse. Galen waited on the landing, holding the door open for me, his body tensing when I brushed past and bounded down the stairs. We rode to the Northwood property in suffocating silence, the tension building between us with each street we passed, until I couldn't bear it any longer and managed an awkward apology. "I don't know why I'm like this, Galen. It has nothing to do with you." I emptied my lungs, exhaling the breath I'd been holding since we turned onto the private road that led to the property. "I'll tell you everything when I'm ready. I promise. Please don't let this come between us." "I don't want this to come between us either, Talia." Galen spared a glance in my direction before returning his attention back to the road. "But I also don't want there to be any secrets between us." "I know." I pressed my fingers against my eyes to stem the flow of tears that threatened to fall. "It's just, I think I'm ready to share this with you, and then as soon as I think I have the courage to talk about it, my anxiety gets the better of me and I trailed off, shrugging. Galen sighed. "I love you, Talia, and I want you to share everything with me. The good, the bad, the ugly. It doesn't matter. Your problems are my problems." He gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white under the strain. "I know I did a piss-poor job of proving that earlier. Tonight has been. I let my temper get the better of me, and I'm sorry for what I almost did. Invading your privacy like that. I'm sorry too." I reached across the cab of the truck and rested my hand on his thigh. "Can we just start tonight over? If it's all the same to you, I'd rather just forget this night ever happened." Galen's lips mashed together in a straight line, and his jaw muscle twitched before he let me in on what had happened earlier. Yet another breach of the pack land's perimeter. And he'd barely held it together, in relation to his temper, apparently. His sour mood had nothing to do with me. That time I knew not to take it personally. Just like he seemed to know not to press me anymore right now, on discussing my secret. We'd learned a hard lesson, but things couldn't continue the way they were. If I wanted a life with Galen, and I did desperately, I had to come clean. The sooner the better. All the things I wanted to say had to wait until after the pack meeting, but I would say them. Whatever the consequences. Galen had enough on his mind and on his plate. He didn't need the added stress of my troubles, right before he was set to speak to the entire pack. He needed to focus on the good of the whole, not the needs of one. After the meeting, when he'd finished his obligation to the pack for the night, we'd have time alone to talk. It wasn't that I felt like second fiddle to the pack. I knew where I stood with Galen. He'd made that clear first in Montana and then again when he claimed me as his mate. The problems in our relationship lay at my feet, not his. I still didn't know why he needed to call the meeting in the first place. It was obvious he'd come back to the apartment in need of comfort. He needed a safe place to share his feelings and experiences, a person to bounce ideas off of. He needed his mate. And I needed to do better. Maddox had never shared those things with me. I wasn't privy to his or his father's plans, and my opinion never counted for anything. I was the arm candy, the beautiful wolf selected to stand by his side. No more, no less. Galen saw me as a true partner. He not only listened to what I had to say, but he valued my opinion. Even if he didn't always agree with it. My experience with love and relationships had been limited to Maddox, but I had zero experience when it came to my commitment with Galen. Everything was so new, so different, I was learning on the go. And for the most part it worked for me. We just had our first real fight, but we'd managed to come back together and each apologized without demanding it of the other. I hoped and prayed for the same outcome when he heard what I had to say after the meeting. Galen honked the horn in a pattern of short and long bursts similar to Morse code. The main gate swung open as the headlights rounded the last bend before the entrance to the property. "I'm glad you decided to ride with me." He veered the truck to the right toward the meeting hall. "Me too, even if I haven't been very good company." I tugged at the seatbelt that rode up my shoulder and across my neck, and shifted in my seat to face him. In fact, apart from apologizing for my part in our argument, I hadn't said much of anything. I'd been lost in my own thoughts about all the things I planned to say to him later that night. Just having you with me is enough. Galen drove the truck around to the back of the meeting hall and parked the truck next to Theo's car. I really need you by my side in there. There's no place I'd rather be. I opened the passenger door, hopped out of the cab, and came around the front of the truck to join him. We entered the meeting hall side by side, hand in hand, like a celebrity power couple, but I felt Galen's trepidation through our connection. Whatever he planned to say, it was a major announcement. I followed him through the community kitchen and out into the main meeting room. A hush fell over the crowd, and the pack dipped their heads in a show of respect for their alpha as Galen moved through the room and took his place behind a small lectern positioned in the front of the large hall. Thank you all for coming out tonight on such short notice. Galen's voice boomed throughout the open room. I'm sure by now most of you have heard about the losses we suffered during the demon attack tonight. He'd mentioned the attack in the truck, but I hadn't realized the pack had lost members. I'd been at Galen's crying over my own problems, worrying about myself while the pack was under attack and wolves had died. I kept a stoic expression, revealing nothing about my ignorance to the rest of the pack. Instead, I put my regrets aside and listened to our alpha as he explained in more detail what had happened. First, I need to thank everyone who stepped up tonight to tend our wounded and assist the witches with the remains of our fallen. Galen skipped over the gory details of the attack to spare the younger wolves who had attended the meeting with their parents. I've spoken with Marguerite, and going forward, there will be a witch on patrol for every shift. I know we've had a few attacks here on the property, but with the wards the witches have created, it's still safer here than in town. I'm asking those of you who live off pack lands to consider moving back home. At least for the time being. Galen raised his hands, gesturing to the crowd to simmer down and aiming to quell the rising tide of concerned voices. We are safer and stronger together as a pack. I am proud of each and every one of you for the contributions you have made as a Long Claw Pack member, and it's in that spirit that I stand here before you today to ask for your support, to stay the course and fight with me against the demons. My old alpha never would have addressed the Northwood Pack that way. He wouldn't have asked for help, he would have demanded it. But that's how Galen maintained the respect of his wolves, by giving them the respect and support they deserved. By offering them a choice. I know you're tired. I share your pain and your grief. I feel it through the pack bonds and in my heart. Remember what my father always said, there is strength in numbers but the real power is unity. We've lost parents, brothers, sisters, loved ones, but I won't let their deaths be in vain. Galen ended the meeting with new perimeter patrol rotations, the promise of safety protocols for the pack and coven to follow shortly, along with the renewed support of his pack. When the meeting adjourned and the pack began to disappear out the doors, Galen turned to me. I want to run the property line and check in with Marguerite before we head back to the bar. Do you want to come with me, or? He let the unspoken question hang between us, no doubt expecting my answer would be no. I hadn't joined him on a run since the Northwood Pack's last attempt at a takeover, and the first appearance of my red eyes. Now or never, Talia. The invitation to go for a run provided the perfect segue to come clean with Galen. Yes, I'd love to join you. A flicker of hope flashed in Galen's eyes, and I almost regretted my decision. As much as I hated the idea of being rejected, or worse, hurting Galen, it was too late to back out. I'd agreed to go on a run, with no rational reason for changing my mind. But I need to tell you something first, and you might rescind that invitation after you hear what I have to say. My heart raced and my stomach roiled. I took his silence as an invitation to continue. You asked what's bothering me on multiple occasions, and I gave you the same answer every time. Nothing. But you knew it was something. I took a deep breath and plowed ahead, terrified I'd lose my nerve if he interrupted. It appeared he felt the same way because he didn't move a muscle or utter a single word. I can't imagine what's going through your mind right now. What you think I might be about to say. I just hope whatever it is, it's worse than what I have to tell you, and everything I say will feel like a relief. If you're worried it's about us, don't be. I'm still in love with you as much, if not more, as I was when you claimed me. Cracks in Galen's statuesque demeanor appeared, and his coiled muscles relaxed slightly. It was clear from his posture that he was worried my issues were about us. After the Northwood pack attacked us and I stood up to my old alpha, you found me down by the water, do you remember? The question was rhetorical, but he nodded in affirmation. Something happened when I shifted that night. I swallowed hard before blurting it out. My eyes turned red. It only happens when I'm in wolf form. I've replayed the events from that night over and over in my head, and nothing stands out as a cause. And I don't know what it means. That's what you've been so worried about. You should have told me. Galen crossed his arms over his chest, cocked his head to one side and narrowed his gaze. There's something else, isn't there? Before we left the summit, the wolves from Alaska stopped by the cabin. They're from a demon wolf pack, and they think my mother was one of them. Which would make me one of them too. His gaze dipped down to the spot on my arm where I'd been marked by a demon, seemingly coming to the same conclusion I had. That the demon attacks on the Long Claw pack had something to do with me. The few feet that separated us felt like a canyon. We were on opposite sides and there was no bridge to cross the distance. Silence built to a deafening roar, as I waited for him to say or do something. Galen had asked for the truth and I gave it to him. What came next would be up to him. I hoped for the best, but I would have been a fool not to prepare myself for the worst. Rejection. I was at the mercy of my alpha and my mate.
Chapter 6. Galen. Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. I begged, pleaded, and threatened Talia, just to get her to tell me the truth. Now that she had, I was faced with another problem I had no solution for. And I had no idea where to begin to try and find one. Talia had been marked by a demon shortly after the attacks began. I knew that the demon mark meant something, but I assumed Talia, being the one that was marked, was a coincidence. A demon appeared in my father's house and attacked. She fought back. He marked her. End of story. But Talia being the cause of it all. Talia being the reason a demon appeared at my dad's place, that the witches had been cursed and my pack members murdered. The thought had never crossed my mind. Until this moment. What did that mean, a demon wolf pack? Were they mixed blood, both shifter and demon? Was she a harbinger of doom? A curse on our town and pack? Had I doomed the pack to destruction when I made her a Long Claw? When I claimed her as my mate? None of that mattered. The only question that was worth asking was how was I going to save her? Because losing her was not an option. I'd fallen head over heels in love with her. She was my mate. Not just my mate, my fated mate. Mark or no mark. And I would do whatever was necessary to keep her by my side. Your eyes, do they turn red every time you shift? I uncrossed my arms and hooked my thumbs in my pockets, switching up my body language and hoping to appear more relaxed. But I was far from it. I needed to see her eyes for myself, and there was a good chance Talia would close herself off and run when I asked her to show me. I need you to shift, Talia. Here. She whipped her head around, golden locks fanning out around her as she searched the room behind her. What if someone sees me? If they find out what I am, they'll want me thrown out of the pack. You're their alpha. You have to do what is right for the pack. You're what's right for me, Talia, and that makes it right for the pack. I closed the distance between us, pulled her into my arms, and reassured her with a kiss. Everyone left. Even Theo, Marcus, and David are gone. We're alone, but I'll lock the doors if it will make you feel more secure. You can trust me. You know that, right? At least I hoped she did. You're not rejecting me. Of course not. I held her tighter. After the way I'd acted back at my apartment, I wouldn't blame her if her faith in me faltered. I'd taken her secrecy as a personal slight, and that whatever she was hiding from me was somehow about me or about us. And in a way, I supposed it was. She feared rejection. Understandable, after everything she'd been through. She was afraid of losing me and the pack, of being marked by a demon and tossed out to fend for herself. I claimed you, Talia. No demon mark, demon wolf clan, or having red eyes is going to change that. We're going to fix this. Just don't shut me out anymore. We'll fight this, whatever it is, together. Talia's eyes filled with tears, but her mouth tipped up in a smile. Quickly, she stripped out of her clothes, tugged on our bond and the magic inherent in all werewolves, and shifted into her wolf. Her change came faster, and with less effort or signs of physical pain than I'd expected. It's going to take a lot more than red eyes to mar that beautiful wolf standing in front of me. I'd seen Talia's wolf on a number of occasions. Red eyes didn't change my opinion of her or her wolf one bit. She circled in front of me a couple of times and curled up at my feet. I squatted and ran my fingers through her thick snow-white coat from tip to tail. You need to stretch your legs and go for a run, don't you? I thought back to the last time Talia and I went on a hunt together. It's been a while, hasn't it? How about I drive us out to the perimeter checkpoint, and you run the woods while I stalk the property line? No one will bother you. Talia turned those big round eyes at me and pulled me into their ruby depths. All of the obstacles she had to face, that we had to face together, made me love her that much more. She was my warrior wolf, and gave new meaning to my life. She opened her mouth, tongue lolling to the side as she panted her approval of my plan. Afterwards, we'll swing by the apartment and pack a few things. We should come back here to stay. I can't ask the pack to hunker down on the property, and not do the same. I stroked her fur and scratched behind her ears. We'll stay at my dad's place. Talia turned her head, bathed my palm with her tongue, and nuzzled closer against my shins. She knew I'd avoided going home since the funeral, and how much staying at the ranch home would cost me. But if I wanted to lead, I needed to lead by example. All right. I gave her one last scratch behind her ears, and gathered up her clothes before heading out to my truck parked around back. We better get going. I want to make sure you're in the woods before the watch shift changes. I dropped Talia off at the tree line, waited until she disappeared under the cover of the evergreens, and shifted into my wolf. To my relief, there were no signs or smells of any demons while I was on patrol. The hour spent running the length of the western border passed without incident. I checked on Talia through the pack bond, ensuring she hadn't run into any trouble, before covering the half-mile between the property line and the massive pit that opened up in the ground during the last demon attack. Marguerite and the coven had already worked to close the canyon, but a crack large enough for a horde of unholy creatures to climb out still scarred the pasture. Sarah had assured me that wards would be put in place to seal off the demon's entry point before the night was out, but I wanted to check their progress before I left for town. The once tall green grass was charred and black. Sulfur and smoke overpowered the smell of the wild clover and heather that dotted the landscape. The field resembled a dystopian nightmare. It would take years for the area to recover, if it could recover at all. The witches had formed a circle around the jagged opening and stood arms outstretched, heads back, chanting to the moon. Small tremors could be felt underfoot as they called on the goddess to aid them and channel their magic. Satisfied the coven had things in hand, I doubled back in search of Talia. Her energy in the pack bond changed, which meant her physical form had as well. Everything okay? Talia popped up from her stretched-out position in the back of my truck, slid to the edge of the bed, and dangled her legs over the tailgate. I was starting to worry that something had happened. She was forced to wait for my answer until after I shifted, but seemed relieved by my presence all the same. As good as can be expected. I strolled to the front of the truck, enjoying the way she ogled my naked body when I walked past her. The coven was almost finished casting the spell to seal off the demon pit when I left them. It's a good thing you're working trade with Marguerite for staying on the property. If they were still in town, they might not have been here before another demon made its way through. If they came at all. You don't think they would have helped us if they weren't staying on the property? Her comment surprised me. My father and Marguerite had a working alliance based on a stipend for years. While I no longer had the coven on retainer, it hadn't occurred to me that she would have said no. Of course, Talia was right. Even if she had chosen to honor the allegiance, the coven's residences were too far away for them to have come to our aid during the battle. Oh, she would have helped you, but at what cost? I don't think the pack could afford it. She offered a lopsided grin and shrugged. But I don't think you'll have to worry about that when this is all over. You've earned each other's loyalty. I grunted in agreement, grabbed my clothes stacked on the driver's seat, and got dressed while Talia's words rang in my ear. Had I done enough to earn Marguerite's loyalty, and if not, at what price could she be bought by an enemy of the Longclaw pack? Between the demons and the pack battles, our numbers were a fraction of what they were a year prior, but I refused to raise dues on the pack. Our business ventures and investment holdings were tied to the local economy and suffered right along with us, thanks in part to the demon attacks. The pack's finances were on the same downward spiral as our luck. But luck can change with the wind, and I had a feeling ours was about to turn. It could have had something to do with the sapphire eyes beaming at me from the back of my truck. No matter how bad things were, I felt like anything was possible with Talia at my side. If push came to shove, I would sell the bar to pay for Marguerite's loyalty to the Longclaw pack. For the time being, the coven and the pack's missions were aligned, and we had an agreement that worked for both of us. Stop the demons and stay alive. But Talia and I had another mission. One that didn't involve the coven. Or the Longclaw pack. At least that's what I hoped. We needed to know more about who and what Talia was. The red eyes, the wolves from the demon clan that had approached her at the summit. It had to mean something. We just needed to find out what that something was. And I had an idea about how to find out. I think we should go have a little chat with your aunt. I started the truck and turned on the heat on low, enough to take the damp chill out of the air. I reached out to her after my expulsion from the pack, and she agreed to let me stay with her after Dad died, but she's been estranged from the family for years. Talia drummed her fingers against her thigh and tapped her foot against the floorboard of the truck. I doubt she knows anything. I'm willing to bet she does, and that's why she hasn't spoken to your family in years. I shifted the truck into reverse and backed out of the parking lot. It's possible. Talia stared out the window, lost in her thoughts. Not that I blamed her. She had a lot to process. We both did. I think it's more than possible. It's probable. I pressed my foot on the gas, increasing my miles per hour to almost double the posted speed limit, and drove to my father's house. It's only a few more blocks. Talia gripped the dash with one hand and the console with the other. I think you can slow down now. Sorry. I eased off the accelerator and dropped my speed to a respectable 9 miles over. It's just, we're running out of time, and after the last attack, I hate to leave the pack. I get it. The sooner we leave, the sooner we get back. Talia rested her hand on my forearm and squeezed. But we can't figure anything out if we die in a car accident. That would slow things down a bit. I spared a glance in her direction and gave a playful wink. Just a bit. She used her index finger and thumb to gesture a small unit of measurement. Pack whatever warm clothes you have, I instructed as I pulled into the driveway and shifted into park. Talia was out of the cab and in the house before the truck's engine stopped running. I followed her inside, pausing at the door before shaking off the sudden melancholy thinking of my father, and we made short work of packing a couple bags for the trip north to her aunt's homestead. We tossed the suitcases in the bed of the truck, agreed on what details were essential and which we were omitting, and met up with my betas at the bar to explain the situation. I hate to leave you guys again so soon. I offered an apology to all three of them. They'd pulled more than their share of responsibilities in the weeks prior, and even more so after my father's death, when I didn't have the capacity to handle anything outside of mourning him. Talia and I stuck to our story, and left out the part about her eyes and a missing princess that may or may not have been her mother. Instead, we said that it was Talia's Aunt Victor and Victoria had mentioned, along with a demon wolf clan who lived in Alaska somewhere near the Arctic Circle. Demon clan. Marcus narrowed his gaze, zeroing in on Talia. Our town is a hot spot for attacks. Is there a connection to her family? Maybe that's why she was marked. David lowered his gaze to the tip of the scar on Talia's forearm, where it peeked out from under her sleeve. The mark was another item we agreed to fully disclose to my betas. I hated the thought of keeping them in the dark about anything, but I promised Talia not to share what happened when she shifted with anyone, until after we'd met with her aunt. Their reaction to the news of a demon clan confirmed Talia's fears of causing a panic if they knew the whole truth. I'd convinced myself the secrecy was for the good of the pack and my beta's peace of mind. Only time would tell if I was right.
Chapter 7. Talia. Galen kept his word and my secret. I hated asking him to lie for me, even if it was by omission. But he agreed that the pack wasn't ready to hear about my direct connection to a demon clan, or my red eyes. Not after they'd just lost so many of their loved ones. The initial reaction of his betas had been proof positive that we needed to be careful what we shared. In times of tragedy, people often look for someone to blame, and Galen feared the pack would blame me for what was happening. I wasn't sure they would be wrong if they had. The attack started around the same time Galen brought me to the Longclaw property. My mother supposedly hailed from a demon wolf clan, and I bore a demon mark. It certainly felt like I was to blame. Galen left Marcus, David, and Theo in charge. Again. Yet another thing that I could have been held responsible for. As their new alpha, Galen had delegated more responsibilities to his betas since I had arrived. I wondered if they regretted going along with Galen's ridiculous plan to kidnap me for leverage against my ex in the first place, but I was too afraid to ask. The truth often hurts. And that was another reason why we had decided to keep it from them. At least until we got back from our trip to Kansas. 200 miles of cornfield separated us from my aunt. It had been years since I saw her last and weeks since I'd called her in tears and all but begged for her help. We were less than half a day's drive from her doorstep, with no more than a voicemail telling her when to expect us. If she answers the door, it'll be a miracle. I dug my phone out of my bag and scrolled through my contacts for her number. Maybe I should call her again. The sun is barely up, Talia. Galen reached over and rubbed his hand along my forearm. I doubt she's even out of bed yet. If she hasn't gotten back to you by the time we hit Wichita, we'll make a pit stop somewhere and try to call her again. I could use a pit stop now, actually. I pointed to the reflective blue sign on the side of the road that advertised a few gas stations and fast food restaurants. Galen topped off the tank and ran into the convenience store for a few snacks to tide us over while I hit the restroom. All good? Galen asked when I joined him at the checkout counter. He dropped the coins from his change into a pet shelter collection cup on the countertop, grabbed one plastic bag filled with a variety of sweet and salty snack options and another with bottled water. As it will ever be. I sighed and grabbed a cardboard drink carrier with what I assumed from the scent were 2 cups of coffee. It's going to be all right, Talia. Your aunt was willing to take you in. There's no reason she wouldn't be willing to tell you about your family. Galen merged back onto the highway, navigating the traffic until we maneuvered the truck into the far left lane. I could think of several reasons my aunt wouldn't want to delve into our family history or divulge secrets of any demon clan roots we had, but I kept them to myself. There wasn't any point hashing them out. She would either talk to us or she wouldn't. And we were about to find out which. As Galen predicted, my aunt called back once it was a more reasonable hour and she'd had her morning coffee. She was expecting us, and to my surprise, sounded happy that we were paying her a visit. I doubted she would feel the same way when we left. The 4-lane highway dwindled to 2, and then down to a single-lane dirt road with sunflower fields on either side. A strip of grass covered the hump in the center of the road, worn down over time by tractor tires. A whitewashed two-story farmhouse with rust-riddled tin roof and lopsided front porch loomed in the distance. The old black metal mailbox at the end of the drive leaned to one side of the wooden post it was fastened to, and its door hung open on one hinge. The homestead looked like I felt, a little weathered and worn but still holding on for dear life. Aunt Sylvia waited on the porch wrapped in a faded and pilled terrycloth blue bathrobe, the belt cinched tight around her narrow waist, waving as we pulled up and parked on a patch of gravel raked out along the side of the house. She pressed one hand to her mouth and the other over her heart, and watched me climb the splintered wooden porch steps with misty eyes. "Let me get a good look at you." She held me at arm's length, her fingers encircling my wrists. "You remind me so much of your mother. You have her eyes." Just a few weeks before I would have preened at the compliment. It had been so long since my mother passed, my memories of the way she looked began to fade away by the time I reached my teens. But faced with the possibility of a demon clan lineage, it was hard to take that comparison as a compliment. "Now who's this handsome man you've brought with you?" Aunt Sylvia released my wrists and turned her attention to Galen. "I thought you broke off the engagement." "I did." "Well, he did." My face warmed, and no doubt turned a light shade of red as I pointed at Galen. "I mean, he didn't. This isn't my ex. I'm Galen, Alpha of the Longclaw Pack." He climbed the porch steps and introduced himself, saving me from my embarrassment. "You're a little more than that." She looked between us, before motioning for him to come closer. "Let me get a look at you too." She raked her gaze over his body, from head to toe. "Awful young to be an alpha. Longclaw Pack, you say? What happened to the old alpha, Max?" "My father recently passed." Galen did his best to hide the pain in his voice, but I heard it, and I assumed my aunt did too. She'd known Max. Perhaps she'd have a story to tell about him, as well as my mother, and Galen could find solace on our journey too. "You could do worse than a long claw." Aunt Sylvia winked at me and wrapped her arm around my shoulders, steering me toward the front door. "Another alpha, huh?" It doesn't matter if Galen is an alpha or not. I didn't plan it that way. Unsure if that was a good thing or a bad thing, I hedged my answer. "It just sort of happened." "Of course you didn't, dear. These things are never planned. They're destined." My aunt ushered me into her living room, sat me down on a worn-out black leather sofa and motioned for Galen to join me. She plopped down into a matching recliner. The tanning on the arms had faded away to a light gray, and there was a patchwork quilt draped over the back of the chair. "So, fate brought you two together." She watched as I wiggled free of my jacket and folded it in my lap, her gaze fixed on my arm. "Just not in the way I expected. That's not the mark of a fated mate on your forearm, but something else entirely. You know what it is." I'd planned to ease my way into the conversation about demon eyes and the mark one demon had left on my arm, but I'd been careless when I took off my coat. "Oh yes, I know more about demon marks than I care to admit, and if your mother were alive today, so would you." Aunt Sylvia planted the soles of her feet against the floorboard and pushed to get the recliner rocking. "Her mother? You're sure it wasn't something to do with her father?" Galen must have seen the surprise in my eyes at his question, because he reached over and rested his hand on my knee. "Your father was killed by his own pack." It seemed like a valid question. "Because it is a valid question," I said, reassuring him despite needing a little reassurance myself. The validity of his question didn't make the circumstances of my father's death hurt any less. Though ties to a demon would have been a better reason for permanent exile or death than simply not following orders. "No, it was definitely your mother." Aunt Sylvia eased back into the chair, pulled the wooden lever on the side to raise the footrest and stretched out her legs. "How can you be certain? I mean, how well did you know my dad? Mom died when I was little, and I don't remember you while I was growing up." I winced at my choice of words and hoped she didn't think I was being rude. "We came for information, and we wouldn't get any if I started off by offending her. Your mother and I shared more than a last name, Talia." She offered a weak smile that did little to hide the pain in her stormy blue eyes. The question you should be asking isn't how well I knew your father, but how much do you really know about your mother? I don't. I tried over the years to get my father to tell me something, anything, about her. But he dodged my questions and drank himself into a stupor whenever I brought up her name. Galen turned his hand palm up, offering his support, and I took it, entwining my fingers with his. You're not Northwood Pack. Not really. Aunt Sylvia closed her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Neither were your parents. Either of them. Dad was a member of the Northwood Pack. He raised me as a member. I shook my head, refusing to believe what she'd just said. You're wrong. She had to be. My days with the Northwood Pack were over. My membership had been revoked and I'd been exiled, but that didn't erase my upbringing or my father's lineage. Unless that was yet another lie. There were so many. The ones I'd told Galen, the ones Maddox told me, and it seemed my father had told his fair share as well. It became impossible to keep track of them all. I take it, he never told you the story of how they met. She sucked a breath between her teeth and pursed her lips. I'm not surprised. But you know. There were no secrets between me and your mother, but it just so happened I was there. Aunt Sylvia raised her hand to stave off any more questions or interruptions. Your father was a rogue. He lived on the outskirts of our village. You expect me to believe my father was a lone wolf? I scoffed, unable to hold back. He could barely take care of himself. He needed the pack, and was as loyal as a golden retriever to the very end. Some might say your mother tamed your father or broke his spirit, but it's not true. She soothed something wild, something dark deep within him. If I had to use one word to describe their relationship, it would be fierce. Aunt Sylvia stopped rocking and leaned forward, the metal mechanism clanking as she forced the footrest closed. You said your father couldn't take care of himself. Did you ever stop to wonder why? And don't say because he was an alcoholic. She pointed her index finger at me, pinning me to my seat with her glare. That was a symptom, not the problem. Your mother had demons of her own. Real ones, and your father fought them. He protected her. He didn't talk about the things he'd seen because he saw some scary shit. Galen sat in silence, transfixed by every word my aunt spoke as my parents' story unfolded. It wasn't the story I expected. I'm not sure why I thought it would have gone differently for my parents. When I looked back on my childhood, there weren't very many sunny days or rainbows. Silver linings were few and far between. I was well cared for and my father loved me. I had no doubt about that, and I never wanted for necessities, but there was a cloud that hung over us. A storm settled over our house the day my mother died, and it followed us wherever we went. A fog of sadness that rolled in and clung to everything. It seemed like things had finally taken a turn when I was in my teens. My father continued to rise in the pack ranks, I had a job in town, and I'd caught the eye of the alpha's son. We were fated, and I was going to get the happily ever after my parents never had. Nothing turned out like I'd planned. Not that I was complaining, at least when it came to being mated. I dodged a bullet there. The jury was definitely out when it came to my demon pack lineage, but something told me that whatever my aunt had to say, it wasn't going to be good. After all these years, why now? Aunt Sylvia's hands trembled in her lap. Why are you really here, asking questions? You already know why, don't you? Galen barked out a bitter laugh, fell back against the couch cushions and rested his right ankle over his left knee. Talia's visit isn't a surprise. You knew she was coming, with or without her father's passing. You were just biding your time until she showed up. Galen. I chastised with just his name, and raised my hands in a placating gesture to my aunt, who jumped to her feet at his accusation. The conversation had just taken a hard left. I had no idea where Galen was steering it, and it didn't look like it was getting back on track anytime soon. I knew. Of course I knew. Aunt Sylvia's eyes flashed a familiar shade of red, her wolf zeroing in on me like a frightened rabbit when I gasped. She squinted her lids shut and shook her head, forcing the beast within her to settle down. But I hoped it skipped a generation. It has been known to happen. My parents, your grandparents, they belong to the demon clan, but their eyes never changed. And with you only being half demon wolf, I thought it even less likely you'd inherit the trait. So you thought it was better for me to just figure it out on my own. I stood up and closed the distance between us. What is the point of family if all they do is lie to you? Whatever you're looking for, it needs to stop here. Aunt Sylvia gripped my shoulders, her fingernails digging into my arms. Galen and I came here looking for a way to stop the demons attacking our town, and to find out how I'm connected to them. I'm so sorry, Talia. There's nothing I can do about the mark. I don't even think the Alpha could help you. The Alpha? Galen? She tightened her grip on my arms, her nails piercing my skin through my thin cotton shirt. If the demons are attacking, it's already too late. For all of us. What Alpha? Galen pulled her off me, and gave her a gentle shake to snap her out of her hysteria. Sylvia, what Alpha? Galen knew most of the Alphas in North America on a first-name basis. If there was even a remote chance that this mysterious Alpha could help us, we had to take it. Otherwise, my aunt was right and it would be too late.
Chapter 8. Galen. Talia's aunt knew about the hereditary condition the whole time. She hid away from the world on her homestead in Kansas and hoped that the demon problems that plagued the rest of the packs wouldn't land on her doorstep. But they had, the moment her niece arrived. I pressed her for more information on the demon clans and where we could find them. If the demon clan Alpha was our last shot at stopping the attacks and finding a way to remove Talia's mark, we had to try and find him. Once I had the information I needed, Talia and I hit the road again. This time, we headed north on the Alcan, across the Canadian border, and then west to Alaska. 3,524 miles stretched between us and our destination. But who's counting anyway? Me, that was who. It was a race against the clock, and with 3 days of non-stop driving ahead of us, time was not on our side. We made the trip in shifts, one behind the wheel and one asleep in the passenger seat. The truck did not stop unless the fuel light was on, and only then if we found a gas station or truck stop with a 24-hour convenience store. Talia stocked up on drinks and snacks while I filled the tank, and we were off again, covering as many miles at top end as my V8 could before we ran her dry. She'd passed out the second she buckled into the passenger seat and rested her head against the window. She was exhausted, mentally and physically, but it wasn't just from driving sun up to sundown. Visiting her aunt had taken its toll on her. The reunion hadn't been what Talia expected. Hell, I hadn't seen that coming either. Talia's family on her mother's side were demon clan wolves. With red eyes. Though Sylvia's were a paler shade than Talia's. I wasn't sure if it was just a physical trait like dark or light brown eyes, or something more, and filed the information away for later. I planned to ask the demon clan Alpha if and when we found them. Soft trails of yellow-green punched through the absolute darkness of the Anchorage skyline. The city slept, unaware of the horde from hell hot on our heels and working their way across the continent. Demon wolf clans may have been safe from their destruction, but the wild country they called home was not. I'd never met a demon wolf before Talia, and she never knew she was one. Not until the mark on her forearm activated something inside her, and her aunt confirmed it. But my gut was telling me that there was more to the story. Something her aunt didn't want us to know, and I had every intention of finding out what. I couldn't shake the feeling that Talia was in danger. And I was driving her toward it. Talia, we're here. I nudged her arm. Babe, wake up. We made it to Anchorage. She stirred, muttered a request to turn up the heat, and curled herself up into a ball on the seat. The position she was in looked uncomfortable as hell, but she didn't seem to mind and slept through every bump and bounce when I veered off the main road and onto a gravel drive that led to a small private airport. Our next stop was a remote town outside of Prudhoe Bay and only accessible by aircraft. I pulled into a parking space alongside the hangar and left Talia asleep in the cab of the truck while I went in search of our pilot. The plane was on the tarmac, and our bags were loaded by the time she woke up. The pilot taxied down the runway, prepared for takeoff, and made the ascent. Sylvia's information got us as far as Prudhoe Bay. The rest was up to us. The Demon Wolf clan settled somewhere above the Arctic Circle and lived their lives in below-zero temperatures, surviving harsh conditions that left them isolated from the rest of the world. I didn't expect a warm welcome, for more reasons than the reading on the thermometer. "Thanks for letting me sleep." She adjusted the headset and swiveled the mic up into position near her mouth. "I'm sorry you had to drive the last leg on your own. I was just so tired." "You don't have to thank me. I was too wired to sleep anyway, and I know you're exhausted." Talia had been fatigued for weeks. Her energy levels first dropped when the demon marked her, and had been on a steady decline ever since. The pilot's voice came over the headset with a warning about turbulence. Talia gripped my hand, knuckles white as she squeezed my fingers like a vice. The plane rocked and shook, jarring left and right. The pilot pushed forward on the yoke of the plane, pointing the nose of the plane and the propeller down to descend and get under the changing airflow. "Oh my, holy she." Talia struggled with a string of expletives, one hand pressed to her chest, the other still clutching mine in a death grip. That felt like an earthquake. Yeah, except 5,000 feet up in the air. The pilot's laughter cut in and out through the headset. "We passed the Talkeetna Mountains. Should be smooth sailing from here. First time flying, huh? That obvious." Talia's laughter reminded me of wind chimes, at the mercy of her frazzled nerves rather than gusts of air. She released my hand and wiped the sweat from her palms on her jeans. "Sorry. That's a bad habit. One I'm going to have to break you of." I stretched my hand and shook off the pins and needles feeling in my fingers. "What do you mean?" Talia sat up straight in her seat and blinked away the surprise from her sapphire eyes. "What did I do?" "Apologized. Again." I explained with a wink and a lopsided grin. "You do it all the time, when you have nothing to apologize for. Old habits die hard, I guess." Her meager smile and heavy sigh confirmed my suspicions, that she'd accepted the blame and been made to apologize for things that were never her fault to stay in her pack's good graces. "You will never have to say you're sorry for being yourself with me." I cupped her face in my hands and leaned in, pressing my lips to hers in a tender kiss. "Never again. That life is behind you. Right behind me." Talia rested her head on my shoulder and nuzzled into the crook of my neck, the warmth of her breath raising goosebumps across my skin. "And just how do you plan to break me of this terrible habit?" "I have my ways." I ran my hand along the inseam of her jeans to the top of her thigh. "You'll be saying please instead of I'm sorry. Is that so?" She whispered into my ear and nipped my lobe between her canines. "Oh, it's a promise." I slid my hand over her hip and cupped her ass. "The next time I hear you say those words." "I'm sorry," Talia teased, her voice raw with need. She opened the bond between us, drowning me in a wave of emotion and flooding my senses. I could hear her desire in her hitched breath and racing heart. Smell and taste it in the air. She drove me and my wolf wild. But we wouldn't be joining the Mile High Club. At least not on that flight. Privacy was not a feature of the Kodiak bush plane we'd chartered to fly us into Prudhoe. Something I hadn't considered when I made our travel arrangements. The mountains gave way, and the landscape changed from peaks and valleys to a flat frozen tundra that looked uninhabitable, let alone capable of sustaining and hiding a demon wolf pack. "Attention passengers, if you look out your windows you will see the Dalton Highway and the town of Deadhorse." The pilot squawked over the radio. "I've turned on the fasten your seatbelt light. We'll be making our descent into Prudhoe Bay in a few minutes." He landed the plane and taxied down a runway dusted with snow that would have caused most pilots to ground their planes and cancel their flights. For him, it was just another Tuesday. Talia and I bundled up against the cold, slipping on knit hats and fleece-lined gloves, and hiking the collars of our down-filled winter coats higher to block the blasts of cold air against the back of our necks. In other words, we blended in with the locals. Or tried to. Something told me we were overdressed compared to the few residents who'd acclimated to the bitter wind and temps. We left the airstrip, luggage in tow, and headed into the small town that consisted of 2 hotels with the only eateries and enough infrastructure to support the oil workers who called Prudhoe home. "Welcome to Days End Hotel." The concierge greeted us, before the automated doors even closed behind us. Checking in. "Yes, we have an online reservation. The name is Lanetti." Talia hitched her backpack up on her shoulder and crossed the high-shine white commercial tiled floor. "Ah, yes. Miss Lanetti." The concierge flicked his gaze between Talia and the bulky, outdated monitor connected to the desktop computer whirring beneath the counter. "I regret to inform you that we're all booked up for the season." "What? That's impossible. I booked a room on your website 3 days ago." Talia's bag slid down her arm and fell to the floor beside her feet. She rested her elbows on the counter, peering over the concierge's side to catch a glimpse of the information displayed across his screen. "Check it again." "I assure you, Miss Lanetti. I checked it twice." The concierge ran his finger between the collar of his uniform cinched around his oversized neck and tugged at the navy blue wool fabric. "There must have been a glitch in the system. I am sorry. I've been in a car and a plane for days. I haven't showered, slept in a bed, or had a meal that wasn't pre-packed and overpriced from the snack aisle in a convenience store. And you're saying I don't have a reservation because of a glitch?" She growled, elongated nails tapping against the countertop. "There's going to be a glitch in your system if you don't figure out what my overtired and underfed girlfriend is trying to say is that we would really appreciate your help." I reached into my back pocket for my wallet, pulled out a few 20s and slid them across the counter. It was all the cash I had on me, but if the upturned nose and disdainful look in the concierge's eyes was any indication, we needed more than $80 to grease his palms. "Certainly, sir. I'd be happy to assist you," the concierge replied, sarcasm dripping from each word, and swiped the bills off the counter. His fingers flew across the keyboard, keys clacking as he punched information into the system. "Yeah, I'm sorry. We're still fully booked. May I suggest the hotel across the street?" "Well, that was $80 well spent," I muttered, snatching Talia's backpack off the floor and steering her through the lobby and out the door into the Arctic winds. "I cannot believe this." A cloud of condensation carried Talia's frustrations with it into the atmosphere. "I booked the room. They debited my account for a non-refundable deposit. We both know it wasn't a glitch." I glanced over my shoulder at the concierge, warm and comfortable behind his desk, in the midst of an animated phone call. "They don't want us here." "Obviously," she huffed, inching her scarf up over her ears. "What are the odds that the only other hotel in this town has a vacancy?" "Is that a rhetorical question?" I hooked my arm through hers and stepped off the curb. "Let's go find out." We braved the cold and trudged across the icy street, only to be met with more of the same. The Best Days Inn did not live up to its name. Talia huddled over the cup of complimentary coffee she'd helped herself to, while we waited for another concierge to deny us a room. "Nope." I brought my hands to my mouth, exhaled a breath of warm air over them, and rubbed them together to keep the blood flowing into my extremities. "They knew we were coming, and they're hell-bent on making sure we don't stay." "You think the Demon Clan is behind this?" Victor and Valerie seemed pretty interested in getting to know me. Why go through all the trouble of stalking me at the summit just to shun me after I came all this way? Why, indeed? Talia's question was a valid one, and I didn't have an answer. She was right, it didn't make sense. The 2 demon wolves in attendance at the summit had sought her out. They were the ones who set us on this path, in search of more information about Talia, and the pack she belonged to by birth and by blood. I think we better start by tracking down your friends. Come on. I grabbed our luggage and started the trek back to the airstrip. Let's see if our pilot is still here and we can catch a lift back to Dead Horse. Someone in Prudhoe Bay went to a lot of trouble to run us off, and they succeeded. At least for the time being. We retreated to Dalton's Dead End and the town of Dead Horse to regroup. But we would be back. We came for information, and we weren't leaving until we got it.
Chapter 9. Talia. The residents of Dead Horse were just as tight-lipped as their neighbors in Prudhoe, but at least they were hospitable. We found an available room in a boarding house and bar that had been a part of the town since its founding in the 70s. The room had a draft, the water was tepid and the bar was dry. I'd hoped for a hot bath, followed by a hot toddy, but settled for a hot chocolate and a hot-blooded alpha, on the brink of losing his temper. We'll catch more flies with honey. I sipped the steaming liquid chocolate, and licked the whipped cream mustache from my upper lip. This coming from the woman who damn near went over the front desk to get her hands on a concierge. Galen glanced at his phone and checked the time. Not even 2 hours ago. That's fair. I chuckled and nudged him with my shoulder, careful not to spill any of the decadent drink in my hands. Want to order another round? Are you hoping that if we keep ordering $4 mugs of hot chocolate, the woman behind the bar will be compelled to spill her guts and tell us everything she knows about a clan of demon wolves roaming Alaska's frozen tundra? When you put it that way, it sounds like a ridiculous plan. I winked at him over the rim of my mug. But it's the best plan we have. We're off-grid and out of allies and almost out of time. It's the people in this bar or bust. Marshmallows or whipped cream? Galen asked, his hand already in the air to signal the bartender who doubled as our waitress. Marshmallows, please. Our server returned with our drinks and set fresh mugs in front of us, cautioning us that they were piping hot. So, it's pretty obvious the two of you aren't from around here. Or Alaska for that matter. The leggy brunette cocked a denim-clad hip to one side and tucked her black plastic tray under her arm. The green and brown flannel she wore brought out the flecks of yellow in her eyes. Wolf. I kicked Galen's shin under the table to get his attention, without making it obvious to our waitress. How had she managed to hide her scent from us? If not for the specks of yellow in her iris, I never would have suspected a thing. It looked like we could add spy to her list of job duties at the Dead End boarding house. So what brings you to Dead Horse? She smacked on a piece of gum before stretching it over her tongue and blowing a small bubble. You with the pipeline or something? The boys and I have a bet going. My money's on corporate. She jerked her thumb in the direction of a table on the opposite side of the room. 3 men, ranging in age and size, shared a pitcher of what I assumed was cola and 2 baskets of fries. Really, why do you say that? Galen reached for his mug and brought the steaming hot chocolate to his lips. Jake's betting on you two being tourists, given your expensive taste in cold weather gear, but I figure if you can afford those coats, you can afford a tropical vacation. She pulled the tray from under her arm and loaded it with our empty mugs. Is there a third guess? I unwrapped the utensils from the paper napkin and used the spoon to scoop up a couple marshmallows from my mug. Lincoln thinks you're looking for something. She narrowed her gaze, fixed it on me, and leaned in close, the tray precariously balanced on her palm. For your sake, I hope he's wrong. What if we are looking for something? Galen clasped his mug in both hands and leaned back in the wooden chair, his legs stretched out in front of him and crossed at the ankles. You know what they say about curiosity. She set the loaded tray on an empty table to her right. I guess it's a good thing I'm not a cat. Galen's appeared casual and aloof, but I'd learned the small muscle ticks and twitches that were tells of aggression. Neither are we. She glanced back at the table occupied by Lincoln and his friends, all of whom were on their feet. We didn't come here looking for trouble. I raised my hands in a placating gesture and tried to diffuse the situation. That's too bad, pretty lady. One of the locals stepped out from behind the table, cracking his knuckles on each hand. It looks like trouble found you and your friend anyway. All three men were on their feet and itching for a fight. They crossed the bar, one on point and two ready to flank us from both sides. I recognized their moves. Maddox and his betas performed drills in small pack hunting and fighting techniques all the time. That wasn't as helpful as I'd hoped. We were outnumbered 4-2. Galen was more than capable of handling himself in a fight, and despite my lack of training, I'd done the same against the demons attacking our town. But we'd never fought together. We needed to move as a unit, play on each other's strengths and offset our weaknesses. Still, we had one advantage. A trick up our sleeve that our attackers shouldn't have been able to detect. Our bond. The connection between us deepened beyond what was typical of an alpha and a member of his pack. It was yet another confirmation that Galen, not Maddox, had been the mate fate had chosen for me. We're going to have to fight our way out of here. Galen's voice rubbed against the inside of my skull like velvet against my skin, soft and decadent, but there was an undercurrent of something else. Something I wasn't used to hearing in my mate's voice in the face of a fight, an edge of concern. Galen. What is it? I asked through the bond, fighting against the nervous energy that circulated between us. They're armed with more than just their claws and fangs. His warning, which he'd spoken aloud, came just before the man our waitress identified as Lincoln drew a gun from his waistband. Right you are, and I'll give you one guess as to what they're loaded with. Lincoln sneered, a glint of light reflecting off his gold-capped incisors. His other teeth had been filed to points, and added to his menacing look and danger as an opponent. We were a long way from home with no allies, limited resources and about to be in the fight of our lives. The odds were stacked against us. Galen reached out through the bond, sharing his thoughts with me before he conceded to Lincoln. Well, gentlemen, it looks like we've got ourselves a good old-fashioned standoff. Galen uncrossed his legs and sat up straight, wood cracking as his hands gripped the arms of the chair. Click, click, click. Lincoln and his friends cocked their revolvers and steadied their aim. I don't think you understand the situation. Lincoln turned his head to one side and focused on me. But you do, don't you, honey? You can see this isn't any old revolver. You know what it is. He twisted his wrist, rocking the gun back and forth a little. This one's an Alaskan special, named it after us because we hunt big game. This little Ruger snubnose will take down a bear. Now imagine what it will do to a wolf when it's loaded with silver bullets. Lincoln's upper lip curled in one corner and he sucked in air between his teeth. I think she's getting the picture now, Lincoln. The waitress snickered, fished a cell phone out from the pouch pocket on the faded green apron tied around her waist, punched in a number and brought it up to her ear. Hey John, yeah, it's Lydia, got it. The boys will bring them in, yep, they're on their way. Lydia pointed at Lincoln and his lackeys, and then to us. Her scowl and rough, aggressive motions seemed to indicate the person on the phone wasn't happy, and was in a hurry to meet us. Let's go. Lincoln jerked his head in the direction of the door. And don't even bother trying to make a run for it. If I don't kill you, the weather will. Galen and I communicated through our bond, agreeing to do as we were told, until the right opportunity presented itself for us to escape. We needed answers to the questions we had about the demons and my family's connection to them, but that information was useless to us if we were dead. The men led us out of the restaurant and boarding house, to an SUV parked in the alley along the left side of the building. Turn around and face the truck. Lincoln lashed nylon rope around our wrists, bound our hands and then covered our heads with dingy grease-stained cloth sacks from inside his vehicle. We were shoved into the back storage area of the SUV. The Arctic cold penetrated the steel frame of the truck, seeped through my clothes and settled into my bones. The accelerated metabolism that caused a werewolf's abnormal body temperature was useless in below-zero temperatures. My teeth chattered hard enough to chip a molar, and caused searing pain in my lower jaw. 3 doors slammed shut, the engine fired up and radio blared a skull-rattling bass through the speaker system in the cargo hold. The throttle revved, and held steady at a high RPM for several minutes before the vehicle took off. Ice and snow crunched under the tires. The SUV rumbled over the frozen ground for what felt like hours. My shoulders burned, threatening to pop free of the sockets as I struggled with the bonds and worked my arms beneath me and slid my legs through. Galen did the same, and we worked to loosen the ropes on each other's wrists enough to provide relief and better circulation, and inched up our hoods to see, but stopped short of freeing each other. Instead, we laid there, the short abrasive automotive carpet fibers rubbing the small of my back where my coat rode up, and contemplated our next move. Lincoln was right. We could run. But we had nowhere to go. With no heat, shelter, and food, death in the Arctic was imminent. We could free ourselves and go for a surprise attack. Fighting Lincoln and his lackeys in close quarters increased our odds. It also increased the odds of an accident. And then we would be in the same situation, as if we'd made a break for it. Sure, the truck would provide some shelter, but only if it sustained minimal damage, and if it was in working order, the heat only lasted as long as the gas in the tank. We were at their mercy, but it seemed crystal clear that the first pack of wolves we'd crossed paths with in Alaska was less than compassionate. We had one option, and that was to play our capture out. Galen seemed to think that we were being taken to a camp or compound that belonged to the pack. I agreed. They were bound to have supplies stockpiled on site. We'd take what we needed, and get the hell out of there the first chance we got. The Demon Wolf clan was out there somewhere, and we had to find them. Our pack, our town, and even the Alliance were depending on us. Lincoln gave orders to his underlings and eased the truck to a stop. Galen and I scrambled to tighten the knots on our bonds and secure our makeshift hoods before they came around to the back of the SUV and opened the rear door. "I thought I told you to tie their hands behind their back," one of the men shouted, followed by a meaty thump. "Oomph. I did." Another grunted. "What the hell, Wylan?" "Well, why are their hands in front of them then, Jerry?" Wylan must have whacked his partner again, because it sounded like a fight broke out behind the SUV. "Knock it off. A storm's moving in and it's effing cold out here, man. Grab 'em and get 'em inside before we freeze our asses off." Lincoln barked at his crew and got them back in line. I was by no means a fan of our captor, but he and I saw eye to eye on at least one thing: it was effing cold. Bitter winds whipped through the cargo area. Every inch of exposed skin felt like it was jabbed with 1,000 tiny needles. Tears leaked out of the corners of my eyes and left frozen tracks on my cheeks. The storm threw a wrench in our plans. We had no choice but to wait it out before making our escape, but we were determined to get out of there alive.
Chapter 10. Galen. Talia kept up a brave face, and I did the same for her. But neither of us were fooled. Our bond had been wide open since we encountered Lincoln and his buddies in the bar. Which meant so were our feelings. Everything was laid bare between us. She was afraid. So was I. In a way, I hoped she took comfort in that, in knowing that it was okay to be scared and that I didn't think less of her or think she was weak. Any wolf who saw my mate as weak was making a huge mistake. She'd survived grief, rejection, banishment, a demon attack, and a demon mark. She was stronger than anyone gave her credit for, including herself. Lincoln and his idiot henchmen led us by gunpoint from the SUV into a massive encampment that consisted of dozens of prefab buildings, common to research facilities in remote locations. The site was remote, but based on the number of inhabitants, it felt anything but temporary. They pushed us to the front of our party and walked us through the center of the pack's makeshift town. Blinds and curtains were cracked as its inhabitants peered out their windows for a glimpse of the commotion outside. The front door of a metal-framed building that resembled the shape of a tunnel, with weather-resistant fabric stretched over its arches, opened up. A large man with ruddy skin and a white beard struggled against the wind to hold onto the door. "Take them straight to the pens." He cupped his mitted hand beside his mouth and shouted over the howling gusts. "Pens." Talia's thoughts echoed my own through the bond. "It's going to be all right. Whatever happens, we're going to get through it together. I'm right here with you." I did my best to reassure her, sending all the love I felt for her through the bond. "Come on, move it." Lincoln jammed the barrel of his pistol into my back and nudged me forward. Make a left between those two buildings over there. Talia and I trudged along a snow-packed path between the two buildings. The sounds of barking dogs drowned out the rattle of the wind battering the metal structures. You two mangy dogs ought to fit right in. Lincoln chuckled, stepped in front of us, and pounded 3 times on the door. The door cracked open, and a raven-haired kid that looked to be no more than 15 poked his head out. He took one look at the party gathered outside and scurried back in the building. Finish feeding the sled dogs and get your ass back home. This should have been finished an hour ago. Your mother will be looking for you. Waylon forced his way through the door, yanking me behind. I was just prepping the fish for the morning. The boy stammered, slipping on his puffy coat and outer gear. Good. Now get the hell out of here, and you keep your mouth shut about these two, you understand? I don't need you worrying your mother over 2 rogues. Waylon grabbed the kid by his collar and heaved him toward the door. The kid opened the door and disappeared into the snow that began falling in large wet flakes. It occurred to me that Waylon assumed we were rogues. I'd made the same assumption about them. That they were a ragtag pack of misfit wolves with no real lineage or alpha. That was an error in judgment on my part. And theirs. The smells of urine, feces, and rotting fish were sucked up in a backdraft of air when the door opened and closed. The putrid combination was like a sucker punch to the olfactory, and a jump-starter to my gag reflex. Saliva built in my mouth, my stomach convulsed, but I held down the ridiculous amount of hot chocolate I'd had back in Deadhorse. Talia looked green around the gills as well. She swallowed hard a few times, her body jerking as she fought through a bout of nausea. There are a couple open crates in the back. Lock 'em up. Bryant will deal with them in the morning, Lincoln instructed, pulling a blue and white bandana from his coat pocket to cover his nose. I hate coming in here. It reeks. You two finish up and meet at my place when you're done. An ear-piercing chorus of dog barks erupted when we entered the kennel. Waylon and Jerry led us down an aisle with metal crates on either side to the empty boxes against the back wall. The mix of huskies and malamutes paced circles inside crates just large enough for them to stand at their full height inside. The barking increased in fervor and decibel as the 2 men led us to our cages. Cages that were not meant for humans, or at least werewolves in their human form. But I had a feeling we were not the first shifters to occupy these holding cells. Get your hands off me. Talia spat at Jerry's feet and jerked her arm free of his grip. I don't your help. She dropped to her knees and crawled inside the crate. Looks like you've got experience on your knees. Jerry snickered, elbowing his friend in the side. That's good. It'll make things easier for you when you meet the alpha. He likes his women subservient. I'm impressed, Jerry. Talia took advantage of Jerry's confusion and kicked him in the shin, landing a physical parting shot along with her verbal one. I wouldn't have guessed you knew what that word meant. Bitch. Jerry kicked the door of her crate and punched a few numbers into the keypad secured to the right panel of the metal box. You're not going to make trouble now, are you? Waylon grabbed a cattle prod hung from a hook on the back wall and pointed it at me. Rather than waste my strength in a fight with 2 shifters and 4,000 volts of electricity, I dropped to my knees and crawled into the cage. That's what I thought. Jerry kicked the door shut and punched in the lock's code. Welcome to Boot Hill, where hell is literally frozen over. Jerry followed Waylon out of the kennel, ran the barrel of his gun along the bars in the window panel of the crates as he went to rile up the dogs, and slammed the door behind him. Talia, are you okay? It was a stupid question, and one I knew the answer to, but I asked it anyway. Neither of us were okay. The whole situation was not okay, and had been screwed up since the moment we stepped foot in Alaska. Yeah, how about you? She wrapped her fingers around the small bars in the window pane and peered out across the aisle. It's not the best place I've ever stayed, but it's not the worst either. The service leaves a lot to be desired. I give it 2 stars. I joked, hoping to lighten the mood and our spirits. Easier said than done over the incessant barking and concentrated ammonia smell. If I could leave 0 stars, I would. Talia laughed, and her blue eyes sparkled from behind the bars. 2 stars, really. It's good to hear you laugh. It was music to my ears on the best of days, but on my worst it was a symphony. There's no use crying over spilled milk or pending death. Talia's blonde hair brushed the bars as she shook her head. Besides, crying never solved anything. Trust me. I speak from experience. Laugh or cry, huh? I reached through the bond and used the magic ingrained in all alphas to soothe our wolves. I thought we moved past bottling things up. Oh, don't worry. A good long cry bordering on full-blown breakdown is coming, but I am saving it for when this nightmare is over. I'm no good to either of us if I fall to pieces. The woman was so much stronger than she knew, and I fell harder for her every second of every day. Note to self, go to the wholesale store and buy a bulk package of tissues. Got it. I pulled in a deep breath and let it out slowly, preparing myself for the shift in our conversation. I wanted to keep things light, but it was time to get serious and come up with a plan. Talia, at some point one or more of the wolves in this pack will come back in here. When they do, we need to keep our cool. Listen to their conversations and gather as much information as we can. How many of them there are, what if any supplies they have easily accessible. Do they have any wheels we can steal, like snowmobiles or a snowcat? They remind me of my old pack. Maddox and his ilk would have paraded us in front of his father by now. I ignored so many red flags. Ignorance is bliss, right? She blew out a heavy breath. Anyway, if they're anything like the Northwood pack, they'll be coming in here sooner rather than later, and we'll get an audience with the ranking officials. We should pay attention to the pecking order. Find the weakest link in the pack. The kid who feeds the dogs, Waylon's boy, he might be a good place to start. My lip curled back, and my canines elongated, pressing against my bottom lip when I recalled the way he'd treated his son. Maybe. Talia seemed to chew on my suggestion for a moment. But he's just as likely to go the other way and rat us out due to a fear of repercussions. Yeah, you might be right, but you're going to try anyway. Talia's smile came to life in her voice and through the bond. You want to save him too? If I can. I rested my head against the steel bars. I still felt the sting of losing my father, and watching the teenager recoil from Waylon struck a chord and stirred my alpha's primal need to protect. I know it's crazy. I don't even know the kid. Maybe it's because we just buried my father. Hell, I don't know, maybe it's because you're a good man, Galen. There doesn't need to be any other reason than that. Talia reached through the bars and stretched her fingers. The aisle was too wide for us to touch each other, but it had the comforting effect she'd clearly hoped for. We should try and get some rest if we can. I cleared my throat and the emotion that clogged it up. We're going to need our strength. The sound of metal slamming against metal jolted me awake. I just dozed off when a couple wolves returned to collect us. The only wolves we'd been introduced to, or at least knew by name, were nowhere to be seen. 6 wolves dressed in knockoff U.S. military-style extreme cold camo gear, complete with a digitized disruptive pattern of white with gray tones, marched down the aisle and split off into 2 groups of 3 in front of our cages. One from each team operated the keypad on the locking mechanism and entered the codes. I focused on the tones, listening for the slightest variation, and memorized the sequence. If I could get my hands on some sort of stick or rod, I could try to match the tones to the numbers on the pad. From there, I could unlock the door and get Talia the hell out of Alaska the first chance I got. Let's go. Get a move on. The leader on each team barked orders at me and Talia, shoving us forward when we tried to stretch our cramped muscles. We hadn't been in the cages long, but it was enough to put a crick in my neck, back, and every joint in my body. I would have given almost anything to shift. They marched us out into the cold, back through the alleyway we'd come when we first arrived, and out into the center of the encampment, where a large group of wolves had gathered around a ring of 55-gallon drums filled with split wood. The silver-haired, white-bearded Santa Claus, who'd ordered us to be kept in the kennel, stepped out of the crowd, poured off road diesel on a chunk of wood. Red drops of the fuel fell onto the snow, staining it pink as it tunneled its way down to the earth below. He lit the accelerant-soaked kindling with a cigar torch lighter and tossed it into one of the barrels. A blast of warm air whooshed out from the barrels as the fumes from the gas-soaked logs packed inside them ignited. "My name is Bjorn, Alpha of the Diafol clan." He raised his arms above his head, and the crowd behind him roared. He gestured for his wolves to settle down and continued to make his introduction. "We don't get many visitors to the town of Boot Hill. Least not uninvited ones. I'm sure you can understand our need for caution." The audience laughed and threw slurs and jeers at their unwelcome and unwanted outsiders. I scoured the crowd for any sign of empathy on the faces of the Diafol pack members, but found none. But something else besides kindness was missing in the group gathered around us, the kid from the kennel. My wolf stirred, worry and anger churned within me, but I tamped them out before the dangerous combination caused me to combust. If something had happened to him, I would make sure the person responsible paid and suffered in kind. It might surprise a couple of soft city dwellers like yourselves to know that we have 5G this far north, but lucky for you we do. Bjorn turned away from us and gave his attention to the wolves at his back. "Brothers and sisters, I gathered you here in the town square for a celebration, not a public execution. One of our missing has finally come home." The Alpha spun around, his silver hair fanning out around him, and pointed at Talia. "Welcome, Sister Linetti." Bjorn stretched his arms high above his head, and the crowd echoed his words, welcoming Talia to the pack. "Galen," Talia gasped, 100 words spoken in one breath of air from her lungs. This was the pack we'd been searching for, and hoped to gain information to use against the demons and save Talia from the demon mark. The same one who'd threatened to kill us and held us captive in deplorable conditions. They were nothing like the wolves we'd met at the summit. I couldn't help but wonder if Valerie and Victor weren't from a different demon clan. Maybe we hadn't found the one we were looking for after all, but some dangerous extremist offshoot instead. But that was the least of our problems, which said a hell of a lot about the situation in which we'd found ourselves. The Diafol Pack Alpha had done his research and claimed Talia as one of their own. He knew something we didn't. And whatever it was, it did not bode well for either of us.
Chapter 11. Talia. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It's also paved with snow. Our hosts, or captors depending on which side of the bonfire you were standing on, turned out to be the demon clan Galen and I had been searching for. Aunt Sylvia had warned us against seeking them out. We ignored her and forged ahead with the Long Claw Pack, the Coven, and our town's best interests at heart. But having come face to face with my extended family, I wish we had listened. They were nothing like I'd hoped, and worse than my aunt feared. Things had gone from bad to worse in record time. Bjorn introduced me to the pack as a lost sister. He'd done some homework while Galen and I were locked up in the kennel with their sled dogs. The information he found online confirmed what Valerie and Victor told me at the summit. I was a demon wolf. Part of me had hoped that they were lying, and that my aunt had been mistaken about our lineage. The other part hoped for a happy reunion, that I'd have a family again and they'd help us stop the demons. Neither of those things happened. Talia, your mother left us and chose to start a new life and family with a rogue wolf outside of the Diafol Pack clans. She paid her debt in blood and we hold no ill will toward you. Bjorn called out a man named Coulson and beckoned him forward. In fact, Brother Coulson welcomes you into the Bone Clan with open arms. Come forward, sister, and embrace your family. No. I raised my hands and backed away. I have a pack now. I don't care what you found out about me, or what my blood relations are to any of you. I'm Longclaw. You can't deny your blood, Talia. Bjorn laughed off my declaration and marched forward, closing the distance between us. Galen stepped in front of me, but was rushed by two of the guards who had retrieved us from the kennel. They dragged him away. "You've been marked. I can feel it through the pack bonds." Bjorn pushed his way into my mind, clawing at the connection I shared with Galen, until only a tattered thread remained between me and the long claw pack. I collapsed, dropping to my knees under the weight of his voice and the force of his intrusion inside my head. "Talia." Galen struggled against the shifters who'd pinned him to the ground. "Don't touch her. Get your fucking hands off her, or I will break every bone in your body." Tough talk from a guy face down on the ice. One of the guards reared back and landed several kicks to Galen's ribs and face. Galen coughed up blood, dotting the stark white snow with crimson spots, but he never stopped fighting to break free. "You better get more men, Bjorn, because if I get loose I will end you." Galen spat out a mouthful of blood on the boot of the wolf who'd assaulted him. "Is that a challenge from the Longclaw pack that I hear?" Bjorn sneered, a silver-capped incisor poking out from behind his curled lips. My mate fell silent, and his body stilled beneath the guards holding him. The next words he spoke were spoken only for me through our bond. His voice was a comforting caress for my soul, even if what he said broke my heart. "I'm sorry, Talia. I can't challenge him. Not now." Galen's personal torment leaked through the bond before he shut it down and closed me off completely. The silence was deafening. I hadn't realized how much space he'd occupied in my heart and mind until he locked himself away. I understood why Galen had made his choice. I'd been groomed to be the wife of an alpha, and while Galen couldn't be more different than Maddox, his duty was still to his pack. He couldn't risk them for anything, and I wouldn't expect or ask him to. A sentiment I would have shared with him if he hadn't gone radio silent. I didn't think so. The alpha knew Galen wouldn't formally challenge for the Diaphol pack. He'd won the standoff without a drop of his own blood spilled. Without anyone left to stop him, Bjorn was free to proceed with his show of dominance. "Look." He grabbed the hem on the back of my coat and yanked it up over my head. "She's been chosen. She bears the mark." I cried out, from the physical and mental pain of yet another public violation and humiliation. A second mark? On my back. As if one wasn't bad enough. I thought back, scouring my memories for a time that the second mark could have happened and came up empty. The demon had marked me a second time, and I hadn't even realized it. And that terrified me. Fate has chosen Talia, the Bone Clan princess, as the demon mate. Bjorn clasped Coulson on the shoulder, congratulating him and the other clan members for the blessing bestowed upon them. "Blessing?" I screamed at the top of my lungs. "This isn't a blessing. It's a goddamned curse. I'm cursed." "My dear child." Coulson knelt down before me and pinched my chin between his forefinger and thumb, pressing harder when I tried to jerk away. "Our demon wolf god has chosen you as his mate. A great honor has been bestowed upon the House of Bones." "Since when are demons honorable?" I spat disdain with every word. "Do you even care about the destruction happening outside your borders?" It hadn't escaped my notice that the only place left untouched by the demon hordes that were running loose in wolf territories all over the country were the towns associated with the Diaphol pack and their clans. Of the 4 houses, the Bone Clan was chosen. The demon wolf god looked upon us with favor despite your mother's betrayal. Coulson tightened his hold on my chin to the point of bruising. "You will accept this mating, or suffer the consequences as she did." "Did you kill my mother?" I clasped my hand around his wrist and dug partially shifted claws into his skin, until I felt the warmth of his blood well up around my fingertips. "She chose her fate." Coulson wrist damage to his cephalic vein and yanked his hand free from my grip. The skin damaged from my razor-sharp nails had already begun to scab over. Karma came for her. Accept the demon wolf god's proposal and sit at his side as his mate, or reject him and kneel at his feet as his concubine. Bjorn stepped in front of me, his fur-lined tan suede snow boots obscuring my field of vision. Either way, he will claim what is rightfully his. I would rather die than accept his proposal. As much as it would pain your brothers and sisters to witness your death and have shame cast upon their house again, that could be an amicable solution. Bjorn ripped my knit hat from my head, grabbed a fistful of hair. His nails dug into my scalp as he forced me to look up and meet his gaze. That would free you of your physical obligation. Of course he'd still lay claim to your soul. Bjorn tossed me aside and strolled back to the circle of burning barrels to warm his hands over the flames. Whatever you decide, the demon wolf god will have you. He always gets what he wants. The alpha wrung his hands over the fire, soaking in the heat as flames licked his skin. Not this time. I snarled and pushed myself to my feet. Talia, wait. Don't back him or yourself into a corner. Galen's voice was distant through our weakened bond. Please, let's think this through. We'll come up with something together. Your lover clings to hope. A fool's hope, but I have to agree with him. Bjorn broke through our connection, terrorizing my most private thoughts and the safe place I'd found with Galen. You don't want me as your enemy, and you really should give this some thought. Rash decisions so rarely pan out. Just ask your mother. Oh, that's right, you can't. What a pity. I'm sure she would see things the demon wolf god's way if given another chance. You son of a bitch. I growled, unable to control my wolf any longer. The change came hard and fast. Bones cracked, skin split, fur sprouted. Every inch of me burned with a rage so hot it threatened to consume every cell in my body. The Deaful wolves killed my mother and sentenced me to a fate worse than death. My wolf demanded vengeance, and she wasn't taking no for an answer. A hush fell over the demon wolf clans clustered around the burning barrels. They gawked, eyes wide and mouths agape like fish out of water, cooking beneath a blazing summer sun. My wolf, covered head to toe in a coarse-haired Arctic white coat, stared back at them with her piercing red demon eyes. I recognized the bewildered look in their expressions. I'd been just as struck by my new appearance as they were. Except my reaction had been born of horror, and not of awe. She carries the trait. More proof that she is the next Bone Clan princess and our lord's fated mate. Bjorn thrust his index finger in my face, but jerked his hand back before my gnashing teeth snapped around it. A low growl vibrated up from the darkest depths within me and out of my mouth. I gave myself over to my wolf, and she took the reins without hesitation. Hackles raised, she lunged for Bjorn and her teeth found their mark, clamping down on his leg. He dropped a hammer fist on the top of our skull. Black spots danced around the corners of our vision, but we didn't let go, sinking our teeth deeper into his calf. The coppery taste of blood coated our tongue, fueling my wolf's need for vengeance by way of violence. Bjorn grabbed us by the scruff of our neck, tearing our incisors through his own muscle and sinew as he yanked us off him. He shifted into his wolf as soon as our jaws let him go. He was a massive hulking beast, with a coat the same shade and texture as mine. The sounds of another fight breaking out behind me reached my ears. Galen howled. Whether from pain or rage I couldn't tell, but I didn't dare take my eyes off my opponent to find out. I put my trust in Galen's wolf to keep him safe. The Deaful Alpha fought with the ease and experience of a wolf that had earned his place at the top of the pack. He circled, stalking his prey, waiting for my inexperience to provide the perfect opportunity. And when it did, he seized it. Bjorn found an opening and bit down on the underside of my neck, ratcheting his jaws closed until he blocked off my air supply, and I was forced to submit. I was outmaneuvered and outmatched. His shift back to his human form was as quick and effortless as the one to his wolf. And from the relaxed look of his pack members, he did it without pulling on their bond. Which spoke volumes about just how strong he was. Maybe a night in the box will change her mind. Take them back to the kennel. Bjorn barked orders at the security team, and checked himself for any injuries that might not have fully healed during his transformations to and from wolf. Galen lay in a battered heap. One of the guards fastened a leash around his neck and dragged him over the snowpack to the kennel, while I limped along beside him, with another guard at my side and a Rutger aimed at my head. They tossed us in our crates, locked the doors and switched off the lights. I reached out to Galen through what little remained of our bond, but he didn't respond. His breath was labored, but I took comfort in the fact that he was still breathing. He needed time for his wounds to heal. I left him in peace and curled up in my cage to lick my own wounds. Metaphorically and physically speaking. As my crappy luck would have it, it turned out Valerie was right. My mother was the Lost Bone Clan princess. She had obviously rejected the demon wolf god's claim, and in doing so, her clan. No wonder she ran as fast and as far as she could from Alaska. She probably believed fate was on her side when she crossed paths with my father and joined the Northwood Pack. But nothing could have been further from the truth. Fate sided with the gods, one in particular, and passed her rejected destiny on to me.
Chapter 12. Galen. I woke naked and sore, covered in crusted blood, and back in a cage inside the kennel. Red flakes cracked and peeled off my skin, coating the concrete floor around me. It was still dark. The sun's restorative rays hadn't penetrated the cracks and crevices in the kennel that had been overlooked in its construction. Wind whistled through the gaps invisible to the naked eye. The sled dog slept through the previous night's activities. There were times that I envied wolves with only one form. Ruled by their basic needs and survival instincts. They weren't bound by greed or hate or evil and selfish desires for power. They hunted, slept, and reproduced. They survived. Talia's wolf was a survivor too. She stood up for herself, for us, and fought like hell against Bjorn and the Deerfool pack. I had been terrified the Alpha would kill her for her disobedience. He reminded me of the Northwood Alpha, irrational and unforgiving. Except Bjorn was worse. Much worse. Alaska and the Arctic Circle proved to be a wild, harsh frontier, and the wolves who lived here adapted to it. They were as hard and cold as the ice their town was built on. And they were evil. They knew the demons were attacking our packs, our towns, and that innocent people were dying. And they didn't care. They worshipped a demon wolf god and basked in his benevolence while the rest of the world burned. No wonder Talia's mother ran away and never looked back. I couldn't blame her for that, and would have done the same if I were in her shoes, but I wished she'd had the chance to prepare her daughter for what was to come. I wish Talia's father hadn't been so utterly destroyed by her mother's death that he couldn't talk about who she really was. He had done his daughter a huge disservice in not sharing details of her mother's heritage and what she had run from. Someone should have told Talia the monsters were real and that they were coming for her. Talia's mother was the Bone Clan's lost princess, and Talia was their new heir. A role she couldn't refuse, outrun, or escape. The demon wolf god wanted her for himself in this world or the next. There was just one problem with that scenario. He couldn't have her. Talia was mine. I fell in love with her the moment I saw her walking through town. The day she'd been cast out of the Northwood Pack. The same day she was supposed to move to Wichita and never look back. How I'd never seen her before that day when she worked at the cafe was a mystery to me, but the threads of our fate had been entwined. We were orbiting around each other, waiting for the right cosmic moment to collide. Talia was my Big Bang Theory. She didn't just create a new world, she created a new universe for me, and she was at the center of it. My son. With her golden hair and sapphire eyes. I didn't need a mark to tell me she was my mate. It was fact as far as I was concerned. I knew she was meant for me, felt it in my heart and my soul. And nothing or no one was going to come between us. Not even a demon wolf god. My wolf and I had failed yesterday. We fought a dozen wolves and were bested, leaving Talia to defend herself against another pack alpha. That would not happen again. We spent the night in a cage, licking our wounds and plotting our next move. The plan was simple. Save Talia. Level anyone or anything that stood in our way. Galen. The melody of Talia's sweet voice soothed my soul and the savage beast that lived within me. At least for the time being. I'm here. I'm awake. I reached through the bars, wishing for nothing more than to feel her satin-smooth skin and the warmth of her body against mine, instead of cold steel. Oh, thank goodness. Talia paused, swapped out 1 gram word for another, then laughed off the silliness of it. No sense accidentally invoking anything, right? With the way things have been going lately, I wouldn't push my luck either. I chuckled, hating that there was even a shred of truth to that. I was so worried. I thought they were going to kill you last night. Talia fought back tears, but I heard them in her strangled voice. It's a price I would gladly pay for your freedom and our pack's safety. I needed her to know where she stood with me. I needed her to know without a shadow of doubt that her place was at my side. So I dropped heavy emphasis on the word our. It was our pack and our future. Don't talk like that, Galen. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you because of me. She clung to the bars and pressed her face against them. You're locked in a cage, beaten to within an inch of your life because of me. Her words stung my pride and broke my heart. She didn't need to carry that burden. As her mate and alpha, I should have been the one protecting her. I'm not here under duress. I'm here because I chose to be here with you, to support you, and to help you find your family and finally be rid of the demon mark. That's what you do when you love someone, Talia. You put it all on the line for them. And I do it again. Faced with the same outcome, I'd still choose you. Every single time. My declaration seemed to strike a chord and unleash the tears she'd held back moments before. I hate that I can't hold you. I wrapped my hands around the metal bars, taking out my frustrations on the fabricated steel as I listened to her sob. The bars molded the shape of my fingers as I tightened my grip. I pulled and pried. They bent but wouldn't break. Still, I refused to give up, weakening the metal until the first bar suddenly snapped free. That was all I needed. The keypad was within arm's reach. I stretched my arm out of the expanded opening and fumbled around until I felt the digital buttons. Galen, what are you doing? Talia peered through the bars of her cage, a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she watched my attempt to escape. What I should have done last night. I didn't elaborate, letting her believe I was talking about breaking out when in truth I was referring to challenging Bjorn. I pressed the buttons, listened to the different tones, and tried the combination from memory. It buzzed. Shit. Another failure. It should have beeped. What if it has a silent alarm? Talia begged me to stop. Galen, please. What if one of the guards comes in? You'll get caught. Please, I'm begging you, don't make me watch them hurt you again. Don't ask me to watch them steal my mate and force her into an unholy union with some demon god. I thought we could reason with them somehow, but I was wrong. I won't sit in this cage waiting for them to take you away. Not while there's still breath in my lungs. I punched the keypad, hitting numbers until I finally hit the right sequence and matched the tone I'd heard yesterday. The lock beeped and clicked. Success. The door swung open. I crawled out on my hands and knees, pushed to my feet when I cleared the top of the crate and stretched to my full height. Galen. Talia gasped, her hands outstretched through the bars of her crate beckoning me. Shush, it's all right. I'm going to get you out of here. My body felt electrified by her touch, recharging my belief that she was my mate. Talia was meant for me. Mine, my wolf growled, eager as I was to free her from her cell. I punched in the same sequence of numbers into the keypad on Talia's cell, but it didn't work. I tried again and again. Nothing but buzzing every time. Maybe there's a silent alarm. Could they have changed the code remotely? Talia squeezed through the bars and grabbed my wrist. The main door to the kennel opened with a whoosh of Arctic air, as if in answer to her question. Footsteps echoed in the entrance area and approached the inner door leading to the holding area. I kept at the lock, punching in random numbers at a fevered pace. Hey, what the hell? One of the guards charged into the holding room. Jeff, get your ass in here. He's loose. I abandoned the lock, turned on the guard in a full sprint with my right shoulder, pitched down like a defensive lineman making a play to sag a quarterback, and hit him center mass. He went down hard on his back, and I stayed on top of him, hammering punches in rapid succession to his face. He raised his forearm, blocking a few blows, and tried to dismount me with a barrel roll to his side. Grappling in the nude with a trained fighter proved dangerous for me, and more than a little awkward for my opponent. Nudity was an inevitable part of our transformation. Clothes never survived the shift. Bashful just wasn't in our nature. The guard, however, seemed to have a bigger problem with 250 pounds of naked man sitting on his torso than the punches landed to his head. I used that to my advantage. The second guard did not seem to share his partner's inhibitions. He burst into the room and jumped into the fray, grabbing me by the neck and forcing me to the ice-cold concrete. We wrestled on the floor, throwing body shots, uppercuts, and rapid punches to the back of the skull. I rocked him with a knuckle punch to the temple that left him dazed and confused. The few precious seconds he sat stunned, teetering on the brink of a blackout, were all I needed to gain the upper hand. Or so I thought. "Galen, watch out." Talia's warning brought my attention back to the first guard, but it was too late. Armed with one of the cattle prods, he rushed me and made contact with my ribs. The prod zapped, sending 4,000 volts of electricity arcing through my body. My size and pain tolerance were well above average, but the stun gun was rated for an animal 5 times my size. I collapsed, my skin rubbed raw as I writhed on the concrete floor. It was clear that I had been incapacitated, but the guard never let up on the trigger. He ran the prod until it died and needed to be recharged. Everything hurt, from the roots of my hair right down to my toenails. My muscles were contracted, contorting my body into an unnatural position. I gritted my teeth against the pain and refused to cry out. "Damn, Jeff. Did you see that?" The first guard twirled the cattle prod in his hand like a baton. "Woo. We battered and fried his ass like a piece of chicken." "You idiot." Jeff, the second guard and brains of the duo, snatched the prod from his partner and tossed it across the room. "You almost killed him. Bjorn would have been so pissed. Not to mention, you could have fried me up right along with him." They came over, one on each side, and dragged me back toward my cell. I challenged Bjorn, alpha of the Deifol pack, for control of the demon wolf clans, I ground out between clenched teeth. "You're either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid." Jeff shoved me inside a vacant cell with a functional lock 3 down from mine. "I'll pass along the message." "No need." Bjorn waltzed into the kennel like he hadn't a care in the world. I heard him loud and clear. "And?" I pressed him for an answer, hoping his pride and short temper would push him to make a rash decision. The effects of the cattle prod were already wearing off. One shift into my wolf form, and I would be good as new. Bjorn wasn't a stupid man. I accept. The alpha's smile said it all. He saw the play for what it was and counter-maneuvered. The challenge will take place in 3 days. And by the way, there are 3 demon wolf clans. Just so you know what you'll be fighting for. Dying for. 3 days? Are you worried you'll lose, Bjorn? I asked, taunting him to fight me sooner, then swiped at the blood trickling from my left nostril with the back of my hand. I wouldn't want anyone to accuse me of taking advantage of an injured man and question the validity of the challenge. Bjorn flicked his gaze to Talia's cage and back to me. Besides, we both know I am well within my rights to choose the date of the challenge. He was right, of course, but I'd hoped to piss him off enough that he would have forgotten that particular rule. Be sure to shift. I want those wounds healed before the challenge. I don't fight wounded wolves or lesser men. When you come to claim my throne, you better be ready and at your best. Bjorn strolled over to Talia's cage and dropped to one knee. Good morning, Princess. I'm happy to see you didn't partake in this unpleasantness. A member of the Bone Clan will be along to collect you shortly. Bjorn stood, pivoted on one heel, and marched over to his guards with promises of discipline to come, and made his way out of the kennel with a parting shot at me. You want to fight the inevitable, Longclaw. You think you're brave enough, strong enough to stop what's in motion. Take it up with our demon wolf god. See what that gets you. Bjorn hadn't meant to, but he'd just given me an idea. An insane idea more likely to end in death than success. But I didn't care. Talia was worth the risk. It was high time the demon wolf god and I had a conversation.
Chapter 13. Talia. Just as Bjorn promised, members of the House of the Bone clan came to retrieve me. But instead of armed guards, 2 women had been assigned as my escorts and arrived at the kennel with fresh clothes and a foil-wrapped plate of hot food. Galen had been served the same meal as the sled dogs, one bowl half filled with scraps and another filled with clean water. I peeled back the aluminum foil, my mouth watering over the breakfast foods piled onto the plate, and crammed a buttered toast point into my mouth. I picked through the bacon, sausage links, and country ham, and ate half of the portion, reserving the rest for Galen. Thanks. I padded across the kennel floor and shoved food through the narrow steel bars of Galen's cage. What are you doing? One of the young women protested. She reached out but stopped short of touching me. That food wasn't prepared for him. Do I look like I care? I handed Galen the last of the bacon and a hash brown patty. No, Your Highness, you do not. One of the older women spoke up, dipped her chin toward her chest and dropped into a half curtsy. Please forgive Aaron. She spoke out of turn. Galen's wide-eyed expression mirrored my own. Don't call me that. I rounded on the woman, who by my best guess was 3 times my age, and pointed my index finger at her. I'm not your princess. My apologies, ma'am, but you are the Bone Clan heir whether you like it or not. She tucked an errant strand of her salt and pepper hair behind her ear. You cannot deny the title. No. I dropped the paper plate on the floor and charged toward her. Let's get something straight right now. I will never swear allegiance to your clan, and I am not binding myself to your demon god. My mate, the one I chose, is sitting right there. This is blasphemy. The other woman, Erin, had ginger hair and a blotchy complexion. She clutched her gloved hand to her chest. If the alpha were here, I'd say everything I just did and more. I had more than a few choice words for Bjorn and the rest of the Diafol pack. You bear the mark, Talia. The other woman, whose name I had yet to learn, tried to rationalize the situation and their position. In fact, you bear not 1 but 2 marks. This is your fate. Yeah, like I haven't heard that before. I barked out a bitter laugh. This isn't the first time a wolf claimed to be my fated mate. It's not even the second. So this demon wolf god is going to have to get in line. Which, for the record, starts and ends with Galen. I don't understand why she was chosen, Maria. Look at her. Erin looked to her packmate for support. She doesn't deserve this. Well, at least there's one thing we can both agree on, Erin. I spat out her name, knowing full well she hadn't meant what she'd said the way I'd chosen to interpret it. Erin, please. Maria raised her hands and let them fall at her sides with an exasperated sigh. Just shut up. We can't stand here arguing all day, and you're not going to change her mind any more than she is yours. Maybe you should be the one to shut up, Maria. The women glared at each other, animosity that probably went back more years than I'd been alive, simmering between them. If looks could kill, Maria and Erin would have dropped dead in the middle of the aisle. Galen laughed, seeming to enjoy the show as he licked bacon grease from his fingers. Are you going to come with us, or do we need to have one of the guards brought in? Erin rested her hands on her rounded hips with a huff. That depends on where we're going. I leaned against Galen's cage and crossed my arms over my still naked chest. Bjorn has arranged for you to meet the princesses from the other clans. They're participating in your coronation and wedding ceremonies. Maria explained in a chipper tone, as if I should have been excited about the upcoming festivities. Then the answer is no. I bent down in front of the barred window on Galen's cage. Whatever happens, I want you to know that I love you. I love you too, baby. Bolstered by his declaration of his feelings for me in front of 2 members of the Bone clan, I steeled my spine, went back to my cage and crawled inside. I knew she'd be like this. Just like her mother. Erin grumbled her complaints to Maria, the only person in the room remotely willing to listen. Flattery will get you nowhere, Erin. I took advantage of the added legroom while the cage door was opened and scooted against the back wall, stretching my legs out in front of me. Maybe you should go, Talia. Galen was quick to offer an explanation before I shot down his suggestion. It can't hurt to meet some of the pack members. We need information. Do you see, Maria? Aaron huffed. I mean, are you listening to this? She's openly agreeing to be a spy for the Longclaw pack. We need to tell Bjorn about this immediately. Aaron. Maria ground out her colleague's name. Are you familiar with the old adage, you can catch more flies with honey than? If you're asking me to be nice to this woman, after everything she's said and done in the short time she's been here, my answer is going to be a resounding no. Erin pulled a gray knit Bernie hat out of her coat pocket and jammed it over her curly auburn hair. The feeling is mutual. I crawled back out of my cage and rifled through the Arctic gear they'd brought along for me. I'd decided to take Galen's advice and go with the women from the Bone Clan in the hopes of unraveling the secrets of the Deafol pack and their role in the Demon Wolf God's plan. And potentially make some allies to aid me and Galen in our escape. Because it was clear Erin would not be filling that role. She made her allegiance clear and was definitely on Team Bjorn. The jury was still out on Maria. Out of the two of them, she seemed more concerned with winning over her clan's heir. That gave me something to work with. How many princesses are there? Does each of the demon packs have one? I pinched the hem of the coat they provided together and zipped it up over my layers of warm clothing. Yes and no. Maria chimed in with an explanation before her pack mate could come up with another snarky remark. Each pack has an heir, but the official title of princess is reserved for the demon wolf god's chosen bride. Wonderful. I stood in the way of the other heir's ascension to full princess, a status I'd already made clear I wanted no part of. So much for making friends. I hated leaving Galen alone in the kennel. It felt like a betrayal, leaving him locked up in such a manner while I roamed free. Or as free as a person could be with 2 chaperone guards. But my situation beat the 4x3 metal box I'd left him in. Maria and Aaron escorted me across the encampment from the kennel to a large arched building with an architectural style that mimicked an igloo. This is our meeting hall. Maria opened the airlock and stepped inside the tunnel. This is where we hold all of our community gatherings and ceremonies. It's considered neutral ground. Are there problems among the factions? I stayed close to Maria, preferring her company to Aaron's. The latter shadowed me and pulled up the rear. No more than your average pack. Maria shed several layers until she was down to a pair of black wool dress slacks and a black scoop neck cashmere sweater. Their pack was far from average, just like our problems. You have territory disputes here? I asked, unable to hide my surprise that anyone would fight over what amounted to a massive ice skating rink with outbuildings. I missed the grass that covered the fields and the woodland that surrounded Longclaw's territory. I missed the sound of rural nightlife, like owls and crickets and even the bullfrogs croaking an evening chorus. The Deafol territory was ice and snow in every direction. The only sounds to break the eerie quiet of their Arctic environment were the generators and the sled dogs. As far as I was concerned, there was nothing to fight over. Our territory is rich with resources. Do you know how much revenue Prudhoe Bay generates with the oil fields? The Deafol pack controls all of that. We run the drilling operations, the refineries. All of it. Millions of reasons why the clans fight, and they all involve barrels or dollar bills. Maria opened the interior door leading to a sprawling antechamber. Basket lights were suspended from the ceiling by long steel cables and cast a soft natural glow throughout the open space. Lush fabrics and furs decorated their meeting room. It was a welcome contrast to the harsh, unforgiving outdoors and unkempt kennel. Don't look so shocked, Princess Talia. Erin spat out my title like it left a bitter taste in her mouth and rolled her eyes. We have heat and running water too. We're not living in the dark ages. Bjorn is trying to force me to marry a demon god. That's pretty dark, Erin. I fired back, putting the same tone and emphasis into her name that she'd used with mine. We brought you to the meeting house, as the Alpha asked. We fulfilled our duty to the Bone Clan pack. You're on your own. Aaron grabbed Maria by the arm and pulled her to the side. Come on, leave her. I need a drink. Maria looked like she wanted to apologize for her packmate's behavior, but Aaron whisked her away before she had the chance. An awkward hush fell over the room, conversations coming to an abrupt halt, as everyone in the packed room turned their attention to me. The crowd parted into 3 groups that I assumed represented different clans. Everyone in attendance was dressed in their ceremonial best. Except for me. My fleece-lined jeans and plaid flannel shirt were a far cry from the suits and sweater dresses worn by the rest of the event's attendees. Which I suspected was not an accident. I searched the sea of faces for Erin's and found her smirking at me over the rim of a clear plastic cup. Bitch. I mouthed the word, hoping she could read my lips. To which she raised her cup in mock salute and downed its contents. Welcome, Princess Talia, daughter of the Bone Clan and heir to the throne. Bjorn's baritone voice boomed through the room and commanded the full attention of every wolf in his pack. This is a joyous occasion. After too many years without a true heir, the Bone Clan can finally fulfill their obligation and satisfy our god. The group of wolves in the center of the room dipped their heads and bowed to their alpha. A familiar face rose to address her leader. Valerie. It is not an obligation but an honor, Alpha. The Bone Clan offers our heir willingly. The silver-haired beauty I'd met weeks before dropped into a deep and flawless curtsy, sparing a sideways glance in my direction. She never mentioned anything about the Bone Clan, or her allegiance to it, when she approached me at the summit. The nefarious plan she'd concocted with her brother Victor back in Montana became crystal clear. They had planted the seed of curiosity. Teased me with just enough information to lure me here, with the intention to offer me up to the demon wolf god once I showed up. I felt like a first-rate sucker and worse for having drawn Galen into this with me. We thank you for you and your family's loyalty. Bjorn wrapped up his welcome speech and encouraged everyone to enjoy themselves and the festivities. Talia, it's wonderful to see you again. Valerie moved with a fluid grace, gliding across the floor as she approached me. Victor was sure we'd overplayed our hand and you wouldn't come. Oh, you played your part quite well, Valerie, I ground out between clenched teeth and a forced smile. My aunt warned me not to come, but I followed your little trail of breadcrumbs and here I am. Sylvia. Valerie slipped her arm through mine and clasped her hands together. I haven't spoken to her in ages. I think I heard she settled in Nebraska, or maybe it was Iowa. How's she doing? She's fine. I didn't dish the gossip, or give her the scoop on my aunt. I suspected Valerie was digging for information. The Diafol pack didn't take kindly to deserters, and the Bone Clan had lost 2 important wolves when my mother and her sister ran away. They eventually caught up with my mother, but my aunt had managed to give them the slip. Sylvia had stayed off their radar for years, and I had no intentions of being the one who gave her up. She told Galen and I not to come, that the demon wolf clans lived up to their names. We should have listened. Let me introduce you to the other princesses. They're dying to meet you. Valerie started toward the clan clustered together on our left. The Blood Clan. I thought they were called heirs and not princesses. I let my arm go limp and slide through the crook of her elbow, refusing to take even one step toward the other pack members. They are, but in your absence, both were presented to the demon wolf god and assumed the title. But you bear his marks and by rights the title is yours. She glanced at my arm and then to my feet, which were unmoving and firmly planted on the floor. Don't be a child, Talia. She slid her hand down my arm and encircled my wrist. The only person you're making this hard for is yourself. Her red-painted nails pierced the skin on the inside of my wrist as she tightened her grip and pulled me toward the Blood Clan. Princess Andrea, this is Princess Talia. Princess Talia, this is Andrea. Valerie made a sweeping gesture with her hand to acknowledge the rest of the group. And this is the Blood Clan, obviously. She seemed more interested in parading me around like a trophy than making genuine introductions. The lost heiress returns. So nice of you to grace us with your presence after all these years. Andrea's fiery hair matched the flames of rage burning in her eyes. What a coincidence, Valerie running into you at the national summit like that. Andrea's tone implied that she believed my chance encounter with the silver-haired siblings was anything but. I'd begun to suspect the same thing myself, but I'd be damned if I gave her the satisfaction of saying so. Imagine my surprise to find another demon wolf in attendance. Valerie swooped in and seized control of the conversation. She looks so much like her mother, doesn't she? There was just no mistaking who she was. I knew she was our missing heir. And to learn that she's been marked the first true princess in years. How fortunate for the Bone Clan. If you'll excuse me, Bjorn is free and I haven't greeted our alpha properly. Andrea pushed between us, knocking me with her shoulder on her way past. Come along, Talia. Valerie ignored the intentional slight, along with the rest of the Blood Clan's members, and steered me toward the next group of people. Speaking of the summit, I don't recall seeing Bjorn there. I had my suspicions about Valerie's plan, but there were still pieces missing to the puzzle, and I needed her to clear them up. We don't belong to the Alliance. Victor and I were asked to speak as experts in the field of demons, she explained with a casual smile, as if treason were an everyday occurrence. I'm sure the information you provided was invaluable. Sarcasm dripped from my every word. Spoken like a true royal. You're a natural at this. Valerie pointed out the heiress for the third clan in the Diafol pack. The raven-haired beauty is Jacinda. The Fang clan have been business partners and political allies with our clan for centuries. Despite their alliances, my reception with the Fang clan went about as well as it had with the Blood clan. I was neither welcomed nor wanted by any of the other Demon Wolf clan members. I'd hoped to make alliances of my own, but the only friendly face in the crowd was Valerie's. And that friendliness was obviously all fake. Galen and I were on our own. Somehow, we needed to come up with a plan, preferably before Galen had to fight Bjorn in the challenge, and before I was mated to a demon wolf god.
Chapter 14. Galen. Talia had been gone for hours, and I was out of my mind with worry. My wolf stirred, treading on my frayed nerves as he paced the dark corners of my mind. I would have done the same, had I not been confined to this tiny metal box. The longer we stayed with the Diafol pack, the weaker my bond with Talia became. I reached out several times. I couldn't hear her thoughts or feel her emotions, but I could sense her presence at the other end of the thread that connected us. She was still alive. That would have to be enough to satisfy myself and my wolf until she was with us again. My ears perked at the sound of the main door opening, but I was met with disappointment when I caught the scent of another guard, and not my mate. That made 2 shift changes since she'd left. The new guard made the rounds, and dished out bowls of salmon and root vegetable scraps for me, and the sled dogs confined in the cages around me. It was the best meal I'd had since we surrendered ourselves to the Diafol pack. Grateful for the small comfort of having a full stomach and enough protein to refuel my body, I forced my eyes closed and willed myself to sleep. The relief of rest didn't come easy or last for very long. Even in sleep, my mind still managed to play out every possible scenario of why Talia had been gone so long and what could have happened to her. The familiar whoosh and click of the airlock opening and closing echoed through the building, but I refused to get my hopes up until the faint smell of honeysuckle permeated the air. Talia. She'd been brought back under the escort of 2 wolves I recognized from the summit. Victor and Valerie. The same wolves who set Talia and I on the path to finding the demon wolf pack. Seeing them on either side of Talia, it was obvious what had happened. They had obviously sought her out at the summit and fed her just enough information to make sure she found her way here to the pack. But not enough to give any hint that she would be in danger if and when she returned to this clan. Galen. As soon as she saw me, she broke free of their grip, rushed to my cage and reached through the bars. Her fingertips grazed my cheek before finding my lips. Have they let you out at all? For a few minutes? Enough to stretch my legs, I lied, knowing full well she would sniff out the truth eventually, but the truth seemed pointless when it would only serve to upset her. Let him out. She pushed to her feet, rounding on her escorts with her finger pointed. I know you know the code. Open the cage. Now. I think her new title has gone to her head. Victor chuckled, flicking his gaze from Talia to his sister and back again. We're about to lock you back in your cage. You're not really in a position to order us around. Oh, just open the door and let him out. Valerie let out an exasperated sigh as she walked to the back wall and retrieved one of the cattle prods. If we grant you this small favor, Talia, we expect you to do us one in return. What kind of favor? Much to my relief, Talia appeared to be thinking with her head and not her heart, and asked for terms before she agreed to anything. If she wanted to survive, there needed to be a limit to what my freedom, especially a temporary one, would cost her. I reserve the right to call the marker in at a time of my choosing. Valerie tapped the end of the cattle prod against her palm. That's my offer, and it's non-negotiable. The hope drained from her eyes. I was helpless inside my cage to do anything to help her, except refuse before she could make a mistake and accept the offer. No. My muscles cramped in protest of the lost opportunity, but I refused to have Talia indebted to either of them because of me. Galen, let me. I'm fine. I lied again, disappointed with how easy it was to do so with our bond broken. But her happiness was on the line, and I needed to step up. She deserved nothing less than my complete honesty, and I had failed her. Just like I failed to protect her from Bjorn and the demon wolf god. See, Princess, he's fine. Victor strolled over to her cage and unlocked the door. If you would be so kind. Talia knelt before my cage, pressed her face against the bars, and kissed every inch of my skin available to her through the narrow slits. Victor cleared his throat and coughed into his fisted hand. Princess. She left my cage for her own on the opposite side of the aisle and crawled inside. Victor entered the code, took the cattle prod from his sister, and returned it to its place hanging from a hook on the wall before escorting Valerie out. You've been locked up in there the whole time, haven't you? Talia peered through the bars on her cage, daring me to lie to her again. Yes. I sighed, unable to hold her gaze or tell another lie, and pressed my forehead against the cold metal door of my crate. But they're going to have to let me out of here eventually to use the bathroom or clean up the mess if they don't. Galen, you should have at least let me try to set you free. Just because Valerie said the offer was non-negotiable doesn't mean it actually was. She turned on her side and mirrored my position. Strands of her golden hair spilled out of the slots between the bars in the window. Tell me about the gathering. Gain any intel or find any prospective allies. I avoided the argument I knew was coming and changed the subject. No to finding any allies. I'm pretty sure everyone here hates me. Well, almost everyone. Valerie and Victor seem like they have taken an interest. Because they have an ulterior motive. I wasn't telling her anything she didn't already know. Talia was a smart woman and would have already figured that out on her own. And I find it hard to believe everyone hates you. It's impossible to hate you. Well, apparently, now that I've returned, the other princesses had their titles revoked. That title is reserved for the chosen one. Lucky me. I didn't need to see her to know that she rolled her eyes when she said that. Okay, maybe the other former princesses hate you, I teased, finding it easier to laugh and breathe since Talia had returned unharmed. How about information? Any loose lips at the soiree? Hopefully Boot Hill isn't a dry town. Alcohol works like a truth serum, gets people talking. I don't think there's enough alcohol in the whole of Alaska to make anyone in the Diafol pack talk to me. I'm not even joking. They hate me, take my word for it. She sighed. I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm glad they don't like me. I don't want to belong here. Good, because you don't belong here. It pained me not to be able to pull her close and wrap my arms around her. You belong to me in the Longclaw pack. I love you, Talia Linetti. I love you too. She pressed her fingers to her lips and proceeded to blow me a kiss. I did find out one interesting tidbit, but I think it qualifies more as gossip than actual news. Sometimes gossip turns out to be actual news. Hit me with it, and we'll see if it's noteworthy. I rubbed my calf, working out the knot in the cramped muscle, and listened with earnest. I hoped it was news we could use, and that we had finally caught a break. The Deafole Pack isn't a member of the Alliance, which is why we never crossed paths with Bjorn in Montana. Victor and Valerie were invited to the summit by the Council as experts on demons and to educate other packs. I don't recall seeing their names listed on the itinerary or hearing them speak at any of the meetings I attended. I raked my fingers through my hair, scratching at my scalp as I worked through a thought nagging at my brain. Did you see them anywhere outside of the social events, or when they approached you specifically? I don't know. I mean, I spent most of the trip at the cabin or attending the networking events with you. I probably wouldn't have crossed paths with them if they hadn't sought me out, but we know why they did that now. Why do you ask? What are you thinking? I could almost hear Talia's brain working through the bond. I hated not knowing exactly what she was thinking, and missed the depth of the connection we'd shared. She was there in my mind, but just out of reach. Is it really just a coincidence, them running into you at a summit about demons attacking the packs? I scrubbed my face with my hands. The stubble along my cheeks and jaw scratched my palms. Or something more. You don't believe in coincidences. Talia found the end of the thread between us and held on. She poured more of herself into the connection, strengthening the bond as much as possible without physical contact. You think they planned the whole thing? That they went to the summit to find me specifically? But how would they know I would be there? I think the first demon that marked you was sent by their demon wolf god, and the mark works like some sort of beacon. It all seemed far-fetched, but I couldn't come up with a more logical explanation. The demon equivalent of being chipped. Talia barked out a bitter laugh. Demon marks, beacons, demon wolf clans, and sacrifices to gods. How insane is this? If we weren't here right now. I mean, if someone else tried to tell me this happened to them, I'd say they were nuts. I know, the whole thing sounds crazy, but I can't come up with another explanation for how Victor and Valerie ended up at the summit. The council wouldn't have called on a non-member pack to offer expert advice. I stifled a groan and shifted my weight to one side, trying to stretch out. The muscle aches and pains were becoming more than a nuisance. They were affecting my train of thought. I needed to keep a clear head if we were going to make it out of Boot Hill unscathed. We have to get out of here, Galen. Talia echoed my thought and gripped the bars of her crate. What about Marcus? Can you reach him through the pack bonds? He'll rally the pack and come looking for us. I didn't want to worry you, but... I struggled to find the right words and regretted not telling her, after we'd promised to be honest with each other, after she told me the truth about her wolf's red eyes. But I hadn't been able to bring myself to rip the single shred of hope from her. Not when I wasn't entirely certain myself that the pack bond was broken. I tried, but it's like the line is disconnected. Something is blocking me from reaching the other members of the pack. This is the farthest I've been from the pack. Maybe the distance is too great. I don't know. What if they did something to you, to the bond? Maybe they're putting something in your food? Talia continued to surprise me with her grit and determination. Rather than give up, she offered a possible solution. I think you should skip breakfast. See if you feel any different, and then try the bond again. I haven't felt sick or drowsy after eating. So, I don't think it's the food, but I'm willing to try anything. I didn't want to shoot down her idea, but we couldn't put all our hopes for escaping the Deafole pack in my alpha bond. But Talia, I can only skip so many meals. We need a backup plan. What if I accept my title, become the Bone Clan princess for real? Talia's voice wavered, as if she was uncertain about the plan she was forming, and rightly so. That has to come with certain power privileges, right? I don't think the privilege that comes with that role is for you. I growled, anger burning in my gut at the thought of the demon wolf god laying as much as a finger on my mate. We have to try, Galen. If we don't, you'll die in that cage, and I'll be forced into marriage with the demon wolf god. Talia turned her head to the side and pressed her ear against the window of her crate. Someone's coming. Now or never. We make our move, find an opportunity. No matter who comes through that door. I knew the stakes better than anyone. Talia was right. We had to try. We couldn't wait for a rescue team that wasn't even coming, or hold on to hope that someone in the Deafol pack would see reason. We had to save ourselves. The door to the kennel opened, and 2 guards entered, armed with tranquilizer guns and hunting knives. Time to hit the latrine. You know the drill. One of the guards stepped in front of my cage, tapping the tranquilizer gun holstered on his waist. Be a good dog, and don't give us any trouble. I'd hate to kill you in front of the princess. I waited for him to unlock the door, bided my time, and followed commands until an opportunity presented itself. The second guard stepped in front of Talia's cage, blocking her from view. 2 against 1. Ordinarily, I'd like those odds, but they were armed, and that tipped the balance in their favor. Still, it was the best chance I had to get Talia and myself out of the kennel, and I knew I had to take it. I crawled out of my cage, pushing through the pain of cramped and stiff muscles, and got to my feet. Good boy. The guard pulled the tranquilizer gun from his hip holster, aimed and shoved me forward with his free hand toward the bathroom at the front of the kennel building. The other guard removed his gloves and knelt in front of Talia's cage, reaching for a strand of her hair that draped through the bars of her window. I can see why our God chose you. The golden lock of her hair slipped through his fingers. So beautiful. What the hell are you doing, Eric? The first guard risked a glance over his shoulder at his partner. Get away from her cage. That was it. My one chance, and my wolf was as ready as I was to take it. He answered my call and burst free of my human form. The transformation was excruciating and came faster than any shift I'd experienced before. We pushed through the pain and lunged into action, seizing the small window of opportunity the second guard's distraction provided. I gave myself over to my wolf and let his instincts take over. In an instant we were off the floor, lunging for the guard's neck. He fired the tranq gun, but it was too late. The dart skidded across the floor, missing its mark. My wolf did not. Blood filled my mouth, the copper tang coating my tongue, as my teeth sank into his neck. My jaws clamped shut, head shaking back and forth as I ripped a chunk of flesh free. Bite after vicious bite, I tore into his neck, until the jugular was severed and he collapsed beneath me. The snow dogs barked and howled, egging me on like the crowd at a prize boxing match. What the foo? The second guard shout was cut short. I pounced, a flash of fang and fur, took him to the ground and bit down, my teeth finding purchase in the soft muscle of his cheek. Pain arced through my side. The guard had drawn his knife before we hit the floor and buried it to the hilt just below my ribs. He pulled up and out, the serrated edge scraping against the underside of my rib. He raised up, drove the knife in again, and pulled the blade, creating a long slash along my side. Blood seeped from my wounds, matting my fur and coating the floor as he grappled for control in the fight. I used everything at my disposal, fang and claw, but I was losing blood faster than I could heal. I was in danger of bleeding out, and my opponent sensed it. So did my mate. Talia cried for mercy, begging the guard to stop. Her sobs and pleas for him not to kill me spurred me on, giving me and my wolf the push we needed to finish him. I would die for her, but not before I set her free. My teeth and nails tore into flesh, until the fight left his body and his face was unrecognizable. I collapsed on top of him, my body heaving, tongue lolling to one side of my mouth as I panted. Black spots danced along my vision. Exhaustion and blood loss threatened to pull me under, but I forced my eyes open and crawled on my belly to Talia's cage. My body began to heal itself. Muscles and skin knit together and the bleeding stopped. But I was in no condition to shift back. I couldn't manipulate the lock on her cage in my wolf form. She was still trapped. I needed more time, but time was something that we didn't have. The door opened and 3 more guards rushed in. One of them opened fire and hit me with a tranquilizer dart in my hind leg. 2 men grabbed me by the scruff of my neck and dragged me away from Talia's cage, while the 3rd man grabbed her by the ankle and yanked her out of the crate. Her screams as she was being hauled away were the last thing I heard before my world went black.
Chapter 15. Talia. My head spun like a top. I pressed my palms against my temples to slow pounding drums. I nestled into the soft down pillows and duvet, pulling the covers over my eyes to block the assaulting light blaring in from the large window with its curtains drawn on the opposite side of the room. Pillows, blankets? Neither comfort had been afforded to me or Galen since we'd arrived here. The headache rolling through my skull like a runaway freight train made it difficult to concentrate, but I slugged my way through processing my situation. I battled the nausea roiling my stomach and sat up, taking in my surroundings. I'd been moved from the kennel into a posh bedroom, with no recollection of the transition happening. The cotton mouth and unquenchable thirst, combined with my other symptoms, confirmed my suspicion that I'd been drugged. The last thing I remembered was watching Galen fight for his life and my freedom against 2 guards in the kennel. He'd been stabbed, almost gutted, and lost so much blood. Too much blood. He crawled to me and collapsed in front of my cage. His coat was matted, eyes half-lidded, and his breathing was shallow. Fear and pain like I'd never experienced gripped my heart. They'd killed him. My mate, the man and wolf to whom I'd pledged my life, was gone. I ripped back the covers and jumped out of the 4-poster bed, collapsing under my own body weight. The drugs were still in my system. I needed to shift to remove the sedatives from my system and called to my wolf. She didn't answer. The magic inherent in all wolves that binds our animal and human forms was still there. My wolf was still there. I felt her presence in my mind, but no matter how many times I tried, she refused to answer my call. Whatever drugs the guards had given me did more than knock me out. They incapacitated my wolf. I'd been stripped of my ability to heal and defend myself. The Diafol pack had taken my wolf and my mate from me. They'd taken everything, left me broken and at their mercy. And the mercy of their demon wolf god. Oh good. You're awake. Valerie strolled into the room with an armful of towels and what appeared to be beauty products. We need to get you ready for your big day, and I hate to say it, but we do have our work cut out for ourselves. Where's my mate? I needed to see his body, see for myself that he was truly gone. One more loved one with no place to mark their life and death except the scar they left on my heart. He's waiting for you, Talia. Valerie set the stack of towels on a chaise lounge and piled the products beside them. Which is why we need to get you prepared for the blessing ritual and then the mating ceremony. For a moment I thought she was talking about Galen, and my heart leapt, only to shatter all over again when I realized she was talking about her god. I won't marry him. I won't. I pushed to my feet and stood my ground as best as I could on wobbly legs. You can force me to stand at an altar, but I will never say the words. I'll cut out my tongue first. Oh please don't be so dramatic. Valerie disappeared behind a door on the opposite side of the room and returned a moment later, the sound of rushing water following her. I'm drawing you a bath. A nice long soak will do you a world of good. You're delusional. I rushed to the door, rattled the doorknob and pounded my fist against the wooden panels. I will never stop trying to escape. Never, do you hear me? It's just a bubble bath, Talia. There's no one waiting in the bathroom to perform a wedding ceremony, I promise you. Valerie sighed and collected the bottles of shampoo and conditioner. I understand how overwhelmed you are with your new role and responsibility. If I could switch places with you I would, but the demon wolf god did not choose me. I chose my mate, Valerie. I clutched the doorknob, holding on for dear life, as my world dropped out from under me. My heart, my soul belongs to Galen. A queen is allowed her consorts, Talia. Think about that before you throw your life away. As a consort you have no rights, no power, but all that changes when you wear the crown. She turned on her heel and walked into the bathroom. I don't want consorts. I marched after her, furious that she would suggest I take another wolf as a lover. I want Galen. You've taken him from me, just like you've taken everything else. We separated the two of you, after your last escape attempt. Surely even you can understand that. You act like we killed him in cold blood. She ran her hand through the cloud of bubbles floating on the surface of the bathwater, and glanced over her shoulder. Wait, you thought he was dead? He's not dead. My heart leapt at the shock of that news. Of course I thought he was dead. I can't feel him through our pack bond anymore. Was she really telling the truth about Galen? The last time I saw him, he was lying in a pool of his own blood. I can't speak for the Alpha's plans for him, but as of now Galen is still alive. My heart raced at the realization that he wasn't dead, but after everything Valerie had done, I couldn't fully trust her. Take me to him. I wanted proof of life, and the only proof I would accept was seeing him with my own eyes. And if I do that, if I take you to him, what are you willing to do for me? She flicked the water in the tub, splashing it onto the marble tile tub surround. I stripped out of my clothes, stepped over the side of the soaker tub and sank into the steamy water. There's a good girl. Lean your head back. Valerie raised a white porcelain pitcher and poured water over my head, soaking my hair. What do you know about our God? Nothing. It didn't cost me anything to admit I was ignorant of their ways. My mother went rogue and ran away from the Diafol pack. That told me all that I needed to know. This pack was obviously one to be feared. He is a benevolent god, Talia. He will treat you like the goddess you are. Valerie squeezed a puddle of shampoo that smelled of rosehip and bergamot into her hand and lathered it into my hair. He cursed witches, attacked innocent people and wolves. You call that benevolent? I think we have very different definitions of what that word means. I swiped the back of my hand against my forehead to stop a trail of bubbles from reaching my eyes. No wonder you're so resistant to marriage. That couldn't be further from the truth. Valerie refilled the pitcher from the faucet and rinsed the shampoo from my hair. Our God isn't the one responsible for the curses or the attacks. His wife is. His wife. I rounded on her, sending a wave of bathwater splashing over the side of the tub. He's already mated? Why would he take another? He's a god, Talia. It's not our place to question why. Valerie took me by the shoulders, easing me around until she had access to my hair again, and applied a generous amount of conditioner. The goddess is a cruel and jealous creature. She fell out of favor with our God, but refuses to let go of her position and power. If you are looking for someone to blame, it would be her, not your future husband. My mind reeled, struggling to process what Valerie had just revealed. First and foremost, Galen was alive. And the demon wolf god was not responsible for the curses and demon attacks. It was the demon god's wife. He had a wife. A demon wolf goddess. Stories of Zeus and Hera came to mind. A woman scorned. I scoured my brain for anything in the myths that could help me, but I couldn't recall a single tale where Hera had shown mercy to the mortals and given their freedom back. Something told me it would be the same way with the Diafol pack's goddess. Blinded by love of her mate and jealousy of his desire to claim a mortal bride, she took out her rage the only way she could, on the mortals. Our packs, our allies and the towns we called home, bore the brunt of her rage over her mate's indiscretions. But if he was already mated, then the blame lay equally as squarely on the demon god's shoulders, not just hers. Valerie had made the demon wolf goddess out to be the villain of her story, but I disagreed. The blame for the death and destruction happening should be laid at the god's feet, as much as his wife's. Valerie was right about one thing though. The bath had done wonders for me. It gave me an opportunity to glean information I might not have otherwise, and cleared my head. And while she scrubbed at my hair to clean it, an idea began to form. It was crazy and likely to get me killed, but if Galen and I were going to have a future together, I had to try. I just needed a little more time, something Galen and I never seemed to have enough of. But I was finally starting to put things together, and if I played my cards right, the attacks would stop and my mate and I would walk out of Boot Hill together. Thank you, Valerie. You were right, I do feel better. My gratitude was genuine, but not in the way she expected. Valerie hoped to convince me that I was chosen for a great honor. In a way, I supposed she was right. I had been chosen to bring an end to the Deaful pack and their gods. You're welcome, Princess. It's an honor to attend to your needs before the ceremony. She grabbed one of the large plush towels and held it open, turning her head to the side to offer a semblance of privacy. When can I see Galen? I stepped out of the tub and into the towel, wrapping it around my body. I doubt we'll have time before the blessing ritual. Valerie motioned to a small wooden stool and reached for a paddle brush on the vanity. You promised. I grabbed her wrist and jerked her forward. The brush fell from her hands and clattered against the tiled floor. And you are going to keep that promise, aren't you? I caught a glimpse of my red-eyed reflection in the mirror, but for once I didn't shirk away from the woman staring back at me. The Deaful wolf on my mother's side was as much a part of me as the Northwood wolf on my father's side. It was time I accepted her and started acting like it. Besides, I had more than enough demons to fight. I didn't need to add personal ones to the battle. Talia. Calm down. Valerie's confidence wavered along with the strength in her voice. Her fingers trembled as she grasped my arm. I only said we wouldn't have time before the blessing. I never said I wouldn't take you. I know I haven't given you reason to trust me, but I am a woman of my word. When I give it, I keep it. Tell me about the blessing ceremony. What do I have to do? I released her wrist with a shove and adjusted my towel before it slid to the floor. You don't have to do anything really. Recite a few words, light some incense, but mostly our priestess will pray over you and offer a blessing on your union to the demon wolf god. Valerie followed me out of the bathroom and retrieved a billowing white gown and matching fur cloak. The dress had an empire waist heavily embroidered with gold thread in a herringbone ladder stitch pattern. The long sleeves were slit down the middle from shoulder to wrist and had similar stitching around the cuffs. It's beautiful. And it was, but it looked more appropriate for a wedding ceremony than the simple prayer circle Valerie described. That looks an awful lot like something a bride might wear on her wedding day. This. Valerie held up the dress and spun the hanger in her hand to show off the front and back of the gown. Your wedding gown is made of the finest silks and chantilly lace. The essential oils used in the blessing ceremony would ruin it. The white and gold are for purity and royalty, that's all. Well, it's a little late for one of those things, Valerie. I pressed the dripping ends of my hair against the towel still wrapped around my body and squeezed out the excess water. Your god wants a virgin bride, so I guess that leaves me out. Who's the next candidate? The princess from the Blood Clan? She seemed like an absolute joy. I'm sure the demon god will love her. You have both marks, Talia. Valerie was not amused. The only person who does not see this as the honor it is you. I think there are a lot of people outside of the Prudhoe Bay area who would agree with me. You should probably widen your poll to include more zip codes. You'd get more accurate results. Talia, the sooner you get ready, the sooner we are at the ceremony and the sooner you see Galen. Valerie's patience had worn thin, and with my eyes back to their normal shade of blue, so had my threat of violence. Fine. I slipped the dress over my head and swept my hair out of the way for Valerie to fasten the buttons on the back. She plaited my hair into a loose fishtail braid and wove in fresh sprigs of baby's breath and lavender. They're all done. She ran her fingers along the crown of my head and smoothed the flyaway strands of hair. You look beautiful. Fit for a king. Or a god. The only person whose opinion matters to me is Galen. I growled, hating the thought of him seeing me glammed up for someone other than him. Valerie draped the mink and rabbit fur cloak over my shoulders, tied the leather cording to secure it around my shoulders, and escorted me to the blessing ceremony. The DEOFOL pack meeting room had been rearranged to accommodate all of the clans and their members. The furniture was gone. A small wooden altar draped with white and gold linens and fresh greenery took its place. A long gold runner with pillar candles on wrought iron floor stands lining either side ran down the center of the room, directing me to my destination. A priestess with a garish wolf headdress stood behind the altar, her arms outstretched as she beckoned me forward. The cloak dragged the ground, rippling the runner in my wake as I walked down the aisle to the altar. Again, I was struck by the similarities to a wedding ceremony. Still, it was nothing like I'd imagined my wedding to Galen would be like. And for that I was grateful. The priestess retrieved a brass triangle from beneath the altar and struck it with the metal stick. A hush fell over the crowd with the first chime. The ceremony had officially begun. She opened with a prayer in a language I didn't understand, and proceeded to light incense, wafting the scented smoke as she walked circles around me. The crowd responded, chanting the closing line of her prayer over and over again until the incense burned away. My head swam. I felt nauseated and dizzy from watching the priestess rotate around me. A lack of food and water didn't help my condition either. To my relief, the ceremony was brief and ended with another prayer to the demon wolf god and triangle chimes. Bjorn stepped forward, thanking the priestess for preparing me, the demon wolf god's new bride, for the long-awaited union. Servers carrying trays laden with glasses filled with ale moved through the room. Princess Talia has been returned to us, and our clans are united once again. The Alpha raised his silver goblet in a toast. Tonight we celebrate. The Bone clan rejoiced, raising their glasses and clashing them together. Music played, alcohol flowed, and the pack members danced to the rhythmic beat of the drums. This is all for you. Bjorn spoke over the crowd, spearing me with his gaze. The swaying mass of people parted for their Alpha, who came over to stand in front of me. It has been a long time since we have had a crowned princess among us. What happened to the last one? I asked, unsure. I wanted to know the answer. I'd foolishly assumed there hadn't been any other actual brides, apart from the goddess herself. The demon wolf goddess killed the last princess to accept her husband's proposal. He tipped his goblet back, emptied it of ale, and signaled for a refill. The other women chose consort over the goddess's wrath. Did that mean I was about to have to fight the demon wolf goddess? For something I didn't even want. You might have mentioned that. I turned and glared at Valerie. Would it have changed anything if I did? Valerie tipped her glass in my direction before she raised it to her lips and took a sip. As much as I hated to admit it, she was right. It wouldn't have changed a thing. I hadn't accepted either role, princess or consort. I wasn't a willing participant in their plans. All I wanted to do was get through the night and see Galen. But the Alpha of the Deaful pack had other plans.
Chapter 16. Galen. I woke up naked and covered in blood. Most of it was mine. It cracked and flaked off my skin, speckling the bottom of my cage like brick-red confetti. New skin had begun to knit over the previously gaping wound in my side while I slept. Taut and tender scar tissue was the only evidence I'd almost been disemboweled the night before. The internal injuries seemed to have healed themselves. I was as good as new. Almost. The only thing that would have completed my healing process and made me whole as man and wolf would have been to have Talia at my side. Her absence pushed me to the brink of my sanity. The mating bond with Talia was still damaged. So was our pack bond. I couldn't hear her in my head or feel the connection with her in my soul. Bjorn or the demon wolf god had done something to weaken our bonds. They wanted to tear us apart and were doing a damned good job of it. Without any way to communicate with her, I had no idea if she was all right. Every possible scenario, each worse than the first, continually played out in my mind. I assured myself that with or without the bonds between us, I would know if something had happened to her. If she departed this plane, surely I would sense that. So I clung to the hope that she was alive, unhurt and unwed. That hope was what kept me going. Right up until Bjorn visited me in the kennel, and crushed that hope under the heel of his boot. I could kill you right now. The Diaphole Alpha squatted in front of my crate and rested his arms on his knees. It would be so easy. No one outside of my pack heard the challenge. No one outside my pack would know what happened to you, and no one in my pack would talk. I should kill you. I'd be a fool not to. You would be a fool if you did, Bjorn. I picked at the crusted blood around my fingernail, refusing to meet his gaze and formally acknowledge his presence. I may not have the support of a false god, but I do have the support of the Alliance, and my pack knows where I am. They may know you're in Alaska, but not precisely where. Bjorn cracked his knuckles, first on his right hand and then his left. This is wild country, and a lot could happen to a big city wolf like yourself out here. There are things more dangerous than you or me in the Arctic Circle. I laughed at him, still refusing to look him in the eyes. Both actions were a sign of disrespect. And both were intentional. I couldn't have cared less about Bjorn's feelings. I wanted to upset or anger him. He wanted me out of the picture, permanently. I wanted to push him to try. The Diaphole Alpha didn't strike me as the type of wolf who understood discretion. No, I knew his type. I'd met alphas like him at Alliance functions. Wolves that fed on the spectacle and were driven by their own ego. Bjorn would want to make an example of me, to remind his wolves what happened when anyone questioned his authority or stepped out of line. He needed them to witness my judgment and my execution, and I knew he would want that, especially for Talia. True, but my betas have my itinerary. They knew Talia and I were flying into Prudhoe Bay, and they knew why. It won't take long for them to find you and the rest of your pack. The GPS tracker in our gear will probably speed things up as well. Tracking device, huh? Bjorn snapped his fingers and ordered one of his guards hovering by the door to come forward. Find out who checked their gear when they were brought to camp. I want a full accounting of everything they had on them. If there is a tracking device, I want it found. Now. Too little too late. I stifled a yawn, feigning boredom with our conversation, and rolled to my side, essentially giving him my back. Talia and I are overdue for the rendezvous point. They're closing in on you. Did you pass a lot of cell towers on your way through Dead Horse? It was Bjorn's turn to laugh, but his amusement was genuine and at my expense. As for satellites, well, if they're even turned toward Prudhoe, you can bet it's on the oil fields. They don't give a shit what happens out here, unless we mess with the refineries or the icebergs. Ironic, since one destroys the other, but that's the way of bureaucracy, isn't it? Sort of like the Alliance. They don't give a shit about you, an active member, any more than they do a disenfranchised alpha like me. I guess we'll find out together, won't we? I replied with far more confidence than I felt. There was a tracking device in my pack. I had no way of knowing if they'd brought my backpack here, or if it was still back at the boarding house in Dead Horse. If it was, then Bjorn's story about us disappearing in the Alaskan wild had a chance of playing out. Slim. But then, slim was more than none. Hell, it was more likely than my chances of getting out of this cage alive. Maybe. Bjorn ran his hand over his beard, smoothing the coarse silver hairs. Or maybe you'll die in battle after all. You want to challenge me for alpha. Prove you're worthy enough to stand in a ring with me. I'm an alpha. That's the only proof you need. It seemed Bjorn had forgotten my status. So I made a point of reminding him. I'm familiar with your pack, Galen, and how you came to be alpha. You inherited your position, unchallenged by anyone in your community. Your wolves are weak. They gave you control without even questioning your authority, and look at you now. Locked in a cage. Then let me out. We'll see how long you last in a fair fight. I adjusted my position, turned to face him, and finally met his gaze with the full force of my wolf's eyes. He took the bait. Bjorn punched a code into the keypad and unlocked the door to my crate. He stood, dusted off his pants, and stepped back just enough for me to crawl out into the aisle. The other alpha pressed the sole of his boot against my back and held me down. "Get him cleaned up and bring him to the training facility." Bjorn removed his foot from my spine and walked down the aisle toward the exit. "No excessive force, unless absolutely necessary. I want him at his best when he enters the ring." Bjorn's guards reached under my arms, lifted me off the floor, and dragged me off to the showers. The hot water soothed my aching muscles. I stayed under the spray until the water ran cold, and the pink tinge turned clear as the last traces of my blood disappeared down the drain. I slipped on the basic gray sweatpants they left for me, pulling the drawstring tight around my waist, and stepped into a pair of fur-lined boots. One of the guards finished outfitting me with a black sweatshirt, heavy coat, and gloves. "Let's go, Longclaw." He hiked up the hem of his coat, revealing a 9mm handgun holstered to his side. "You know the drill and what kind of ammo we're packing. So, just make this easy on all of us, all right?" I nodded my agreement and followed them out of the kennel, across the main road of the encampment, and into their training facility. It was a large metal prefab building that I estimated to be around 4,000 square feet, and most likely the largest building in the Diafol camp. There were several pieces of workout equipment pushed against the back wall, and portable risers set up around a section of the floor covered with tumbling mats. The guards shoved me forward, pushing me in the direction of the makeshift fighting ring, where their alpha waited with his arms folded over his chest and a smirk on his face. A large fluorescent light hung from an exposed metal beam that ran along the ceiling to shine a spotlight over the fighting area. A stool, metal bucket, white terry cloth towels, and a water bottle had been placed at either end of the mats. One for each fighter. People trickled in and filled the tiered bench seats that surrounded the mats. I scanned the crowd for Talia, but her face wasn't among those peering down at me from the stands. Part of me hoped she wouldn't come. She'd seen enough violence. The other part would have killed for just a glimpse of her. Bjorn pinched his thumb and forefinger together, stuck them in his mouth, and let out an ear-piercing whistle. His pack fell silent, hanging on their alpha's every word. "It's been an exciting day for the Diafol pack." He flicked his gaze to me, his lips curled back in a deviant smile, and I knew the excitement he mentioned had something to do with Talia. "But the festivities are far from over." He raised his arms above his head, and the crowd cheered and quieted again when he lowered them back down at his side. "You all recognize the Longclaw Alpha. He has laid down a challenge for this pack and the demon wolf god's betrothed." Bjorn paused for the boos and jeers from his loyal subjects. "But first he must prove his worth. Who among us is willing to put this wolf to the test?" "I will." A massive hulk of a man who looked more like a descendant of cave trolls than any werewolf I'd ever seen, stood with his hand raised. "Yosef of the Bone Clan." Bjorn acknowledged the contender in the crowd and welcomed him to the opposite side of the mats from me. "Take your place in the ring." The Blood Clan is also willing. A second man, half the size of Yosef but no less formidable based on his muscle mass, stepped down from the risers and stood in line. "Choose your opponent." Bjorn motioned between the two men. "You must defeat them both in hand-to-hand combat before the Diafol pack will accept your challenge for Alpha." "Yosef." I jerked my head in the direction of the larger wolf. "The bigger they are, the harder they fall." Or so I hoped. "Begin." Bjorn signaled the start of the fight. The Bone Clan wolf wasted no time hitting the mat. He charged forward, meaty hands clenched into fists in front of his face and elbows tucked in guard position. We danced around the ring, circling each other as we sought out an opening to land the first strike. Yosef swung with a looping right that any experienced fighter would have seen coming. I dipped my head and dodged out of the way. He stepped in, keeping me on the defensive, and swung again. I dipped left and avoided another headshot, but missed the incoming body blow. His fist found its mark and connected with my side. Ribs cracked on impact, and the freshly healed scar threatened to rip open. I tucked my elbow in, held it tight against my ribs, and kept my guard up as I backpedaled around the mat. Yosef charged again, but this time I was ready for him. I unleashed a short right hand to his solar plexus. The punch would have dropped a lesser man to his knees, but Yosef was unfazed. He rushed in, wrapped me in a crushing bear hug and pinned my arms at my side. He rolled his hip and threw me to the floor hard enough that my body bounced off the mat. Yosef pounced, took the fight to the ground, and used his body weight to keep me there. He assumed full mount, centered his mass on my chest, and dropped hammer fist punches to my face. Blood gushed from my nose, mouth, and a gash along my brow bone, but I refused to yield. I threw body shot after body shot, lasering in on the lower back below his ribs. My eyes had almost swollen shut, but I kept punching. Yosef howled. The relentless kidney shots took their toll. He slid to the side and gave up his full mount position. I bucked beneath him, knocking him the rest of the way off. We grappled on the floor until I worked my way behind him, slipped my right arm around his neck, and clamped my left hand around my wrist. The warrior from the Bone Clan blacked out and went limp in my arms. I rolled out from under him and pushed to my feet. The room swayed, or maybe it was me. Either way, I was minutes from joining the sleeping giant passed out on the mat. The Blood Clan wolf jumped in swinging, eager to prove himself to his clan and his alpha watching from ringside. Full of energy and injury-free, my second opponent had the upper hand. Literally and figuratively. He rocked me with a right uppercut that smacked my jaw together and chipped 3 teeth. I'd underestimated the wolf from the Blood Clan and made a tactical error by fighting Yosef first. My plan had been to take the bigger, stronger fighter out of the equation, but in doing so, I'd taken bigger punches and a hell of a lot of damage. My second opponent moved with the experience of a trained fighter. He was comfortable in the ring and knew how to use every inch to his advantage. Had there been ropes like a traditional boxing ring, he would have had me against them. For every punch I landed, he landed 2. I struggled against his defense, and when I did manage to work my way inside, I was punished with more body shots. The scar on my side may as well have been a bullseye. He found a soft spot and targeted it, landing jab after jab. When I pulled back out of the danger zone, he rocked me with a left haymaker to the temple. Vivid colors danced in front of my eyes, my knees buckled, and legs went out from under me. He dove, but I rolled to my side and scrambled to my feet before he could pin me to the floor. The fight felt like it went on for hours. I was exhausted but somehow began to gain ground. Perhaps my opponent wasn't used to his fights dragging on so long. Eventually, he began to look as tired as I felt. I rallied and seized the tiny window of opportunity his slowing pace provided. I doubled my jabs, knocking his head back like a speed bag in a sparring room, and then took the attack to his body. I switched it up, landing punches up and down his body, leaving him bloodied, bruised, and swollen. The thought that I might actually beat this guy put a bounce back in my step. I felt good, like I could go another 8 rounds, but my confidence was short-lived. I got sloppy and left an opening. The Blood Clan wolf saw it and jumped, lunging in with a Superman punch that landed on my jaw, fracturing it in 2 places and dislocating it in another. Pain burst through my head. Blood welled in my mouth and dripped down my chin. I was spent and in danger of losing the fight. Worse than that, if I couldn't beat 2 wolves from the Deafol pack, there was no way I could take on their alpha. Not in the condition I was in, injured, dehydrated, and malnourished. Bjorn had done the bare minimum to keep me alive, and I had played right into his hands.
Chapter 17. Talia. To my surprise, Valerie kept her word. After the blessing ritual and reception that followed, she took me back to the kennel to see Galen. But his crate was empty. Victor told me that Galen suffered a serious injury in your last escape attempt. Perhaps they took him to the infirmary. Valerie offered to escort me, and eager to find my mate, I followed, pushing her to quicken her pace. The lights were off and doors locked when we reached the medical building. There was no one inside. I dragged Valerie to the next building, and then another and another. All of which turned up nothing. We continued the search, which felt more like a wild goose chase, until word reached us from a passing pack member in the snow that Bjorn had organized another tournament in celebration of my return. Another tournament. And Galen was nowhere to be found. A pit formed in my stomach. Galen's absence from the kennel suddenly made sense. The pack had gathered in another large metal building that Valerie said was used to train the Diafol pack's security detail. It was also where challenges for pack rank were held. The crowd's excitement spilled out onto the snow-packed ground when we opened the door to the training facility. We were met with raucous shouts and a thunder of applause. Underneath the cheers and clapping hands, I heard the distinct sound of two men fighting. Talia, wait. Valerie struggled to keep up as I snaked through the onlookers, placing bets at a table near the entrance. Slow down. I ignored her and quickened my pace. As I feared, Galen was in the midst of a fight, not the first from the looks of it, and seemed to be in danger of losing. I ran toward the makeshift boxing ring in the center of the room. Stop. Please stop. He's going to kill him. I shouted at the top of my lungs, but my cries for mercy were drowned out by the overzealous crowd stomping their feet on the metal bleachers. I pushed my way through a cluster of people who must have been unable to secure a seat in the packed bleachers, and rushed to Bjorn, who sat ringside and collapsed at his feet. You can stop this. Please. I begged on hands and knees for mercy for my mate. Galen had already taken more abuse at the hands of my mother's packmates than any wolf should endure. I couldn't sit by and watch him suffer more pain. Not when they kept him injured and in a weakened state, unable to fight and defend himself the way I knew he could. That's a good look for you, princess. I do believe our God will approve. Bjorn's upper lip curled in a sadistic grin. Don't worry, Stefan looks ready to finish the fight. He'll put an end to Galen's suffering. If I accept my place in the Bone Clan and claim my throne, will you spare him? I bowed my head and pressed my hand on the top of Bjorn's tan suede boot. Please, Alpha, as princess of the Bone Clan, I am asking you to show mercy to Galen. I chose my words carefully, and made a conscious effort not to refer to Galen as my mate. Bjorn needed to believe that I was willing to give him up, in order to save his life. And I was. I loved Galen enough to save him from himself, and from me. If I had to walk away from him to do that, I would. Enough. Bjorn stood and walked to the edge of the mat, one hand raised above his head. The fight is over. Our princess has declared the winner. A few of the pack members growled, muttering their discontent over the decision to stop the fight and spare Galen from suffering any more injuries. Silence. The Diafol Alpha barked at his members, pulling rank and the pack bonds that gave him control over his wolves. The Blood Clan is victorious. Their champion brings honor to their clan. Take him to the clinic. Get him cleaned up. He motioned for two men to step forward, and instructed them to take Galen to the medical building. The show was over. Spectators climbed down from the bleachers, and the crowd in the training facility thinned. What are you going to do with him? I hadn't given my plan to stop the fight much thought beyond saving Galen from taking another beating because of me, and failed to negotiate any details for his release. Bjorn viewed Galen as a threat, if not to his position as Alpha, at least to the pack's plan to marry me off to their god. I'm not going to do anything with him. Bjorn combed his fingers through his thick white beard. You've claimed your birthright, your place among the Bone Clan and your crown. What happens to him now is up to you. You're serious? After all this? The beatings, locking him up. You're just going to let me decide his fate? I didn't bother to hide my feelings of disbelief or mistrust. Bjorn had proven himself to be a cruel leader, and less than honorable. The fight he'd arranged between Galen and two wolves instead of accepting the challenge himself proved that. I would be a fool to take him at his word. You've accepted your fate. Bjorn parted the slit in the sleeve of my dress, and touched the demon mark on my wrist. It was darker and more pronounced than the last time I'd checked not an hour before in the bath. This proves it. He traced the sigil with his finger, before adjusting the fabric of my sleeve and covering the mark. There's nothing your boyfriend can do about it. No matter how much he loves you. Or you love him. You saved him, and you can keep him alive and in good health by reminding him of that. So what happens now? I stay here and fulfill my duties and he just goes about his life? No harm, no foul? Something like that. What's keeping him here apart from you? Bjorn shrugged my question off. What happened to Galen was of no consequence to him anymore. He had gotten what he wanted. I'm sure Valerie explained the concept of a queen's consort. The question is, do you want that life for him? Does he want it? No. I couldn't speak for Galen, though I suspected I knew what his answer would be. Still, even if he wanted to stay here with me at the ends of the earth, I wouldn't let him. He had a pack, people who loved and depended on him. The Longclaw pack needed their alpha. He had a future, with or without me in it. Then you know what to do. He wiped his hands together, as if he was clearing away dirt and grime. You threw yourself at my mercy, declared your intention in front of the pack. What happens to him now is up to you. Not me, princess. But know this, if you betray me, your pack or our god, we won't kill you. We'll kill him and everyone he cares about. Bjorn clasped his hands on my shoulders, held my gaze and gave a gentle squeeze. I think we understand each other. He turned and walked away, leaving me standing alone at the edge of the blood-stained mats. Princess! Valerie called out, pushing her way through the last of the stragglers and finally catching up to me. Princess, are you all right? Talia. Sorry, I'm not used to people calling me that. I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to it. I had turned around only when she called me by my name. You will in time. I couldn't get through the crowd. Valerie waved her hand, gesturing to the room that was slowly emptying of pack members now that the fighting was over. That was brave of you, approaching the Alpha the way you did. No, it wasn't. There was nothing brave about it. I hadn't risked anything. Not when Bjorn couldn't hurt me. Of course he could still use Galen to hurt me. And that's exactly what he'd done. Damn it, I exclaimed, curling my hands into fists at my side. Crescent moon indents formed in my palms from my fingernails. What? What's wrong? Valerie scanned the room, searching for a new threat. But the threat was over. Bjorn had already left. Nothing. I just got played, that's all. I growled, angry with myself for falling into Bjorn's trap. The Alpha had cleverly played the long game, moving his pieces around the chessboard. In the end, he had taken the queen. Checkmate. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Valerie's brows pinched together, her eyes clouded in obvious confusion. Who played you? How? Never mind. It doesn't matter. I wrapped myself more tightly in my fur cloak and headed for the medical building. Bjorn got what he wanted. Vindication. After my mother ran away, there had been a blight on his reign as Alpha. I got the impression that she was the first wolf to defy him. He refused to have another, of the same line, the same blood, do what she had done. In using Galen to coerce me, he had just made sure of that. I'd done what my mother refused to do. I claimed my heritage, accepted my place in the Bone Clan and my title as princess, and would be forced to marry the demon wolf god. But I still had one trick up my sleeve. One last play that could knock all the pieces off the board. Where are you going? Valerie called after me. The medical building? I'll come with you. I'd rather go alone. I quickened my pace, pushed open the door to outside and covered my face with my arm to block the blast of cold air that threatened to steal my breath. I think it's probably for the best if I go with you. You're a princess now, and while Bjorn is happy you've stepped into your role and accepted your responsibilities, I can think of a few people who might not be. Valerie stuck to me as if she'd been super glued to my side and matched my pace. Let me guess, the runners-up in the princess pageant? I pulled the cloak's hood over my head, tugging it down past my brow and tucked my chin against my chest. I pressed on, fighting the Arctic wind as I walked. Fine. You can come with me. I'd already had my ass handed to me by Bjorn, and had no desire to add my being literally stabbed in the back to the ever-growing list of horrible things that happened since we arrived in Prudo. Safety in numbers. Valerie smiled and dipped her chin, leaning into the wind as she walked. Ice crystals formed on the tips of my eyelashes. My lips and the tip of my nose went numb before we reached the clinic. I cupped my hands in front of my face and huffed out a breath of air, catching it in my palms to thaw myself out. The wind was relentless, and the cold intolerable. It settled into my bones, but unlike the residents of Boot Hill, it hadn't settled into my heart. At least not yet. The clinic's airlock door hissed as we entered the building. An oscillating space heat kicked on and blew warm air around a small waiting area. 5 chairs lined 2 adjacent walls and met in the corner. End tables with magazines piled on top were situated at both ends. It looked like any other waiting room at any other express care center. It looked normal. Except Boot Hill was anything but normal. It was a place where the old ways meshed with modern times. "Can I help you?" A round middle-aged woman dressed in bright pink scrubs with a white thermal underneath stepped through a swinging door and dropped into a half curtsy. "Princess, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize." "Please, you don't need to do that and have nothing to apologize for." I loosened the cloak, pushing it back off my shoulders to prevent overheating inside the heated clinic. "A man was brought in here earlier." "Your friend Galen?" The nurse put heavy emphasis on the word friend. "He's a bit groggy from the tranquilizer. He's in and out, but he has been asking about you." "Tranquilizer?" Perhaps I spoke too soon. She might have had something to apologize for after all. "Why would you trank him?" "He was pretty out of it when they dropped him off. I don't think he realized we were trying to treat him, not hurt him. He was trying to fight us." The nurse flicked her gaze to the reception desk and the phone that was ringing off the hook. "He's in room 4. "Excuse me. Would you mind, Valerie?" I gestured to the chairs in the waiting area. "Of course not. I don't mind at all." Valerie navigated a few children's toys scattered on the floor and claimed one of the uncomfortable-looking chairs against the wall. Her annoyed expression as she searched the stack of well-read magazines said otherwise. She minded. A lot. Valerie wanted to play the role of lady-in-waiting. She wanted me to trust her, I assumed, to spy on me and gain favor with Bjorn or the demon wolf god. It was a solid plan, but it wouldn't work because I didn't trust her. I left Valerie in the waiting room and made my way down the hall in search of room 4. "Galen." I knocked on the second door on the right, marked with a black number 4 stenciled in the top center. "It's me. Talia." "Talia, is it really you?" His voice sounded a bit warped, most likely from the injuries to his jaw. Thank God for speedy shifter healing, though it would take more than a few hours for his broken jaw to be fully better. Galen lay on the bed, though it looked more like an examination table than a proper bed. He draped his forearm over his eyes, blocking them from the bright overhead fluorescent lighting. He licked his lips as if they were dry. "Thirsty?" I pulled a small cup from a metal dispenser fastened to the wall by the sink and filled it with cold water. Luckily, there were straws in a container beside the dispenser. Maybe they often had victims of fights with damaged jaws here. "Drink some water, Galen. It's just the tranquilizer wearing off that's making you thirsty." "They drugged me?" He sipped on the contents of the paper cup until it was empty, then crushed it in his hand and tossed the wadded-up wax-coated paper onto the table next to his bed. "Again? You were fighting the nurses." I brushed sweat-soaked strands of hair matted to his face, leaned in and pressed a kiss against his forehead, taking care to avoid the cuts and swelling. "You stopped the fight." Galen clasped his hand around my wrist and brought my hand to his mouth, pressing his lips briefly against my palm. "I lost the challenge and now I've lost you too." "No, Galen." "Shish." I kissed the corner of his mouth, where the swelling had already started to go down. "You haven't lost me." "I have, Talia." He eased me back with a gentle push. My eyes may have been swollen almost shut, but my ears were working just fine. "I heard what you said to Bjorn." "I didn't have a choice, Galen. You could have died. I couldn't sit by and watch it happen. I felt an argument brewing and didn't know how to stop it. I'm an alpha, Talia." He tucked his arms against his side and propped himself up on his elbows. "You can't interfere every time I'm challenged. Not that it matters. You belong to the Bone Clan and a demon wolf god now. Kind of hard to compete with that. It was never a competition. I closed my eyes, pinched the bridge of my nose, reminded myself it was the trank talking, and let out a deep breath. I have an idea. An idea. Galen raised his voice to a near shout. What kind of? Shush before Valerie, aka my shadow, comes barging in here. She's probably out in the hall, eavesdropping as it is. I crossed the room, pressed my ear to the door and pulled in a deep breath but found no trace of her scent. I came back to the side of the bed before speaking again. You need to shift. I need you to heal more quickly than you are at present. Part of me considered telling Galen about my idea, while he was still loopy, and less likely to talk me out of my crazy plan. The rest of me knew that if I wanted my crazy plan to work, I needed Galen at his best. And at my side.
Chapter 18. Galen. Talia was there, in the room with me and within arm's length, but I couldn't bring myself to reach out and grab her, hold her close the way I wanted to. I hated that she saw me this way, broken and weak. I wasn't the alpha she needed. But she refused to believe that. She loved me. I'd been beaten and broken, but none of that mattered to her, and I found myself falling more deeply in love with her than ever before. Somehow, in the midst of our nightmare ordeal, she'd come up with a plan to free the both of us from the bonds of the Diafol Pact. But she wouldn't share the details of that plan until I shifted, forcing the lingering effects of the tranquilizer out of my system and healing my wounds more quickly. She was right. I needed to heal. I called my wolf and gave myself over to him. The shift hurt like hell, tearing already sore muscles, ripping newly knitted skin, and electrifying frayed nerves. My wolf sat up on the exam table, panting like an eager puppy and ignoring my commands to shift back. He wanted attention from Talia, the woman and wolf he'd claimed as his mate. He yipped, nudging her hands with his snout when she tried to silence him, and rested his muzzle on her shoulder when she scratched behind his ears. I pulled on the magic that controlled a werewolf's ability to shift, and forced my wolf back into the recesses of my mind and soul where he lived. When I sat in front of her back in human form, she gave a relieved sigh and rushed in to hug me. Galen, thank God. You look so much better already. She wrapped her arms around me and squeezed me tight. I'm so glad you're okay. You were barely healed before you fought those two wolves. What were you thinking? That I could get us out of here. I gave one last squeeze, eased out of the hug, and offered a self-deprecating smile. Things did not go according to my plan. So let's hear about yours. Right, my plan. Valerie was helping me get ready for the blessing ceremony, and she let slip. Talia's gaze raked over my naked body, and her tongue snaked across her lower lip. Sorry, it's hard to concentrate when you look like that. Like what? I couldn't help but tease her when she blushed. Naked. She closed her eyes, smiled, and shook her head. No doubt clearing away the wicked thoughts she had about me. She unfastened her cloak and tossed it to me with a chuckle. Here, cover yourself up. We don't have a lot of time. Valerie is out there waiting for me. Okay, I'm decent. You can open your eyes now. I laughed, tugging at the fabric of her dress. She looked amazing in the long flowing gown, her golden hair pulled back in a braid. I wanted nothing more than for our problems with the Diafol Pact, the demons, and the demon god to be over. Talia belonged with the Longclaw Pack. She belonged with me. That looks good on you, but I prefer your wolf's coat to rabbit or mink. She punctuated her starlight smile with a wink. Okay, so my plan is to find the demon wolf goddess. Wait, the demon wolf goddess? I asked, utterly confused and scrambling to catch up. There's a goddess too. Yes, and she doesn't subscribe to her husband's polygamy. Talia shrugged and feigned surprise. I mean, why wouldn't a goddess want to share her all-powerful husband with other women? She rolled her eyes before continuing. Anyway, according to Valerie, it's the goddess behind the demon attacks, not her husband. She's targeting areas with blood ties to the demon wolf clans, and hurting mortals out of spite. And you want to what? Let me guess. Go find the goddess and reason with her. I had to admit, it had the makings of a good plan. Talia had collected some amazing intel from Valerie. There was just one problem. How are we getting out of Boot Hill to go search for her? Well, I am a princess, and that does have its privileges. Talia raised the hem of her dress and dipped into a curtsy. For you, maybe. But Bjorn isn't going to let us just wander around together. I have a solution for that too. It's not ideal. She winced and offered up phase 2 of her plan to reach the demon wolf goddess. In fact, it's less than ideal and potentially problematic. You're not going to like it. Talia, just tell me what it is. I can handle it. Whatever she had to say, it was obvious she thought I would veto the idea. A princess is allowed to have a consort and all that entails. A consort, huh? That doesn't sound so bad. I wiggled my eyebrows to lighten the mood, with hopes of making it easier for her to tell me the rest of her plan. It's not the job description we need to worry about. It's the length of the contract. Talia sighed and rushed through the rest of the explanation. If we convince the goddess to help us, we win. No problem. You're still alpha of the Longclaw pack. And if we don't convince her? If we can't stop the wedding or the demons, what then? I suspected. I already knew the answer. Then I marry the demon wolf god, and you're my consort. Forever. She turned away from me and faced the door. I understand if you don't want to help me. This doesn't take two people. I can find her on my own. Forever is a long time. I slid off the exam table and closed the distance between us, wrapping my arms around her. It would be even longer without you to spend it with. She went limp in my arms, the tension and nerves disappearing once she heard my response. We were in it together. All the way. I loved her too much not to see it through to the end. Galen, are you sure? Talia spun in my arms so we stood face to face. I can do this without you. The pack will be fine. They're in good hands with my betas, and if the demon goddess is upset about her husband's infidelity, as you say, then there's no reason for her not to help us. If we have a common goal, then it has at least a chance of working. Talia looked up at me with those sapphire blue eyes and pulled me in. Like she had every day since the moment we met. I couldn't say no to her. Galen, I told you about this because I wouldn't have felt right keeping it from you, not giving you the opportunity to decide for yourself. But I assumed you'd say no, and now you're saying yes, and I can't let you do it. I can't let you give up your pack. You're not letting me do anything. I am choosing the action I wish to take. I backed her against the door, pressing our bodies together, cupped her face in my hands and kissed her. So, what do we do now? Now we tell Bjorn. She pressed her lips to mine, with a kiss that was too short for my liking. I'm sure there's some ritual or ceremony that has to be done. They seem to have one for just about everything. Do we have to tell him right now? I glanced around the room. We're alone for the first time in days. My shift into wolf and back again has sped up my healing and I feel strong again. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity. I bunched up her dress and inched it up her silky toned legs. And I should probably get some practice in if I'm going to be your consort. Practice does make perfect. I needed to be with her whenever and however I could. Talia was like a drug and I was addicted. I guess we should talk to the alpha. I nuzzled into her neck, kissing behind her ear. Good idea. But I think we should find you some clothes first. I'm not the only one who needs clothes. You might want to change into something more practical too. I don't think you're going to convince the demon wolf goddess that you don't want to marry her husband if you show up dressed for a wedding. Talia called for Valerie, and then sent her out to gather clothes for the both of us, and to notify Bjorn that we needed to speak with him. When the Deathful Pack Alpha arrived, He was less than thrilled to learn I'd accepted the position as consort. We spoke about this, Talia. Bjorn pulled her aside, gripping her arm harder than necessary. The action made me grit my teeth, and it was a struggle to swallow my growl. But Talia had warned me against reacting to Bjorn, and she was right. We needed to keep things running smoothly, so we could get to the demon wolf goddess and hopefully enact Talia's plan. You said you wouldn't trap Galen, Bjorn stated. The role of consort is no way for an alpha to live. I love him, Bjorn. You and the pack need me to be the Bone Clan princess and to be happy about it. Talia stepped back from him, jerked her arm out of his grasp and pointed at me. This is how I do that. By having Galen as my consort. I understand. Bjorn stroked his white beard and paced the floor of the exam room. I could almost see his conniving mind work as he tried to figure out his next move. He glanced at me and narrowed his gaze. I'm sure he feels the same way, but with the news of his father passing and the circumstances around his death, I don't see how Galen could stay and fulfill the role of consort. Don't talk about Max. Talia rounded on him, her face flushing. She had cared for my father and was as protective of him and his memory as I was. An alpha like you isn't worthy of speaking his name. Easy, princess. Bjorn wasn't offended by the slight. In fact, his knowing smile said quite the opposite, as if he'd expected her to react that way. I knew of Max. He was a formidable wolf in his day. Which is why the manner of his death troubles me. He was sick. Talia crossed her arms over her chest. His body couldn't fight the infection anymore. Wolves don't just get sick, Talia. Especially not a wolf as strong as Max was. Bjorn scratched his cheek and jaw. It's been bothering you too, Galen. I can see it in your eyes. The question haunts you. How did he get sick? Why could he not simply heal? The illness wasn't from natural causes, I can tell you that. And how would you be able to tell me that? Despite my resolve not to react, my fingernails elongated and hands partially shifted. My temper and my wolf were getting the better of me. If you had anything to do with my father's death. The Longclaw pack wasn't a concern of ours until you brought Talia to the summit and confirmed Valerie's research. She'd been tracking down our lost princess. You simply sped up the process by bringing her out in the open like that, but we would have found her eventually. Bjorn folded his arms over his chest and widened his stance. No, Galen, you need to look closer to home for the source of the mysterious illness that caused your father's death. Northwood. The thought jumped into my head, but I didn't voice it. Not now, in front of Bjorn, even though it was obvious that's who he meant. The sharp pointy ends of my canines pricked the soft tissue inside my mouth. My wolf was close to the surface, fighting my will and pushing to break free. How do you know this? If Bjorn was telling the truth, there wasn't anyone in the room for us to take vengeance on. I'm isolated from the rest of the world, Galen, but not entirely cut off. Word reached me from the summit. There was speculation around your father's death after you and Talia left the meeting. Bjorn's lips parted in a satisfied smirk. I didn't smell a lie. He spoke the truth, or believed he did, but he wasn't offering it out of the goodness of his heart. He didn't want me with Talia, even as her subject or consort. Bjorn wanted me out of the picture entirely, and information about my father's death and the Northwood Pack's possible hand-in was a good way to do it. But I saw the play for what it was. My father was at peace in the end. He died in his sleep and I buried him. That was the end of Max. Nothing I do will change that. It pained me to say those words, but I put as much conviction in them as I could to convince Bjorn I would not leave Talia. I would have my vengeance on the Northwoods. But not until Talia was free. It was a gamble. If things went wrong, I would lose everything. My freedom, my pack, and the future Talia and I were meant to have. But she was worth the risk, and I was more than willing to roll the dice.
Chapter 19. Talia. The news that Max's death had been a homicide rocked Galen to his core, and sent him reeling back to the moment he received the call about his father's death. I recognized the haunted look in his eyes and the pain etched into the lines of his face. I'd helped nurse his spirit back to health, helped him through the grieving process once. I could do it again. But we didn't have the time or luxury to work through it the way we had the first time. Galen needed to come to grips with the information and his new reality sooner rather than later, because I needed him at my side for our plan to work. Galen had agreed to be my consort. He put his trust in me in my plan to find the demon goddess, and in doing so, had put his life on the line. The clock was ticking. You heard him. I straightened my spine and stood toe-to-toe with the Diaphole Alpha. He's made his choice. I heard him, I just don't believe him. Bjorn shook his head and spat on the floor by Galen's feet. If someone murdered my father, I wouldn't rest until I'd spilled every last drop of blood in their body. Galen's muscles tensed, his body jerking as he struggled to keep his wolf in check. My consort and I will return to my room. I took Galen by the hands and led him out of the exam room. Valerie, we're leaving. Take us back to my room. I wasn't sure how to get to the building my room was in from the clinic. I should have paid better attention to my surroundings when Valerie escorted me to the training facility. Then I wouldn't have had to rely on her so much. Of course, my surroundings were covered in snow, and apart from the meeting house, the buildings all looked the same. Galen and I were stuck with Valerie. At least for the time being. We bundled up in layers of the cold weather gear that Valerie had brought for us, and followed her to the main living quarters. A storm was on its way and moving in fast. Flurries had already started to fall, and blizzard conditions were expected within the hour. Our plans to track down the demon wolf goddess would have to wait until the snowstorm moved out to sea the following day. Weather changed on a dime here, and there was no use fighting Mother Nature. Still, the extra day wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It may give Galen more time to come to terms with what Bjorn had hinted about his father's death. There were plenty of ways to spend the hours stuck in my room, all of them involving Galen in my arms. The lack of our bond these past few days had been nothing short of torture. Valerie dropped us off outside my bedroom, and went to the commissary to prepare a proper meal for me and Galen. I'd instructed her to double his portion. He needed the extra protein and carbs after the injuries he'd sustained, and the way he'd been held in the kennel cage for so long. He was already dehydrated and malnourished. Healing those wounds had already spent an exorbitant amount of calories he couldn't afford. Galen lit a fire in the small wood-burning stove in the corner of my room, and curled up on a pile of pillows on the floor in front of it. He stared at the flames flickering behind the small glass window, seemingly lost in his thoughts. I left him to them, giving him a few minutes alone with his thoughts. He'd share them with me when he was ready. A soft knock sounded at the door. Valerie stood outside in the hallway balancing 3 trays with food piled on top of each. I relieved her of her burden and excused her for the rest of the night. Hungry? I juggled the serving trays as I crossed the room and set them on the floor beside Galen. Dried fruits, meats, roasted nuts, slices of cheese and bread spilled over the sides of the plastic trays. I longed for a hot meal. A hearty stew or seared steak and a baked potato, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Especially not in the Arctic Circle. Besides, there was plenty of protein and nutrient-rich foods to help Galen regain his strength. I handed him a piece of jerky, waiting for him to take a bite, and went back for the bottles of water on the dresser that Valerie had stocked when I'd first been given the room. Here. I twisted the cap off the bottle and handed it to him. You need to hydrate. Thanks. Galen took the bottle, tipped his head back and guzzled down all 16 ounces in one gulp. I made the right decision. I know I did. You loved your father. He was a great man and your best friend. It's completely normal to have doubts. I'd be shocked if you didn't. I covered a piece of bread with a slice of cheese and handed it to him, forcing him to eat. But it's not too late to change your mind, Galen. I'm sure Bjorn would release you of your obligation and arrange for a plane to take you back to the pack. Oh, I'm sure he would. He'd be happy to get rid of me, Galen replied around a mouthful of food. It's what he wants. He wouldn't have bothered to tell me about my father, unless he had something to gain. A wolf like Bjorn doesn't do anything without an ulterior motive. True, but that isn't a reason to stay. I clutched my water bottle, the thin plastic crinkling under my grip, and did my best to hide my fear that he would leave. I didn't want Galen staying, out of a sense of duty. No, but you are. I meant what I said to Bjorn. He brushed the breadcrumbs from his hands and reached for me. Going home isn't going to bring my father back. I'll make sure the Northwood Pack pays for what they did if what Bjorn says is true. But that can wait. The demon wolf goddess can't. If you're sure this is what you want, I said, creating yet another opportunity for him to change his mind. What I want is you, Talia. Galen pushed the trays of food out of the way and tugged me to him. It's the only thing I'm sure of right now. It's just I know how much is riding on this plan and how slim are. Don't. He pressed his finger to my lips. Don't doubt yourself or us. We're going to find the demon wolf goddess, and she is going to help us. Everything is going to work out. I hoped he was right, that I was right because our lives depended on it. Galen's hand skimmed down my side, slid under the layers of clothes and brushed against bare skin. His touch electrified me. The brief encounter we'd had at the clinic barely took the edge off the ache of desire pooled inside me. He stripped away the layers of clothes from both of us, his touch rougher and more hurried once my body was exposed. He kissed his way down my neck, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. He reached my breasts, cupping them with both hands before squeezing and rolling my sensitive nipples between his thumb and forefinger. Galen adjusted his position, moving on top of me, and nudged my legs apart with his knee. I opened myself to him, gasping when he pressed the hard length of himself against my core. Galen, please. I need to feel you inside me. I begged, needing that connection with him more than I needed air in my lungs. I missed you so much when I couldn't feel you. I know. It was the same for me. He ground his hips, sliding his shaft up and down my flesh, teasing me, driving my knee to a fever pitch. I worked my hand between us, wrapped my fingers around the base of his organ and guided him to my entrance. Galen buried himself inside me. My back arched and hips thrust up to meet his, but it wasn't enough. I wanted more, deeper, harder, faster. Galen gripped my hips, pinning me against the floor and held me still. He slowed his pace, easing out to the tip, and sliding all the way back inside until he was fully buried inside me again. The pace was maddening and drove me insane. I raked my nails down his back and grabbed his ass, pulling him toward me, pleading for him to give me what I wanted. Galen held back, waiting until I conceded and gave control over to him. Is this what you want? He thrust hard. I cried out, begging him for more. He picked up his pace, pumping faster, harder, and gave me exactly what I needed. Oh God, Galen, yes, yes. Don't stop. I wrapped my legs around his waist and hooked my feet at the ankles, my hands splayed across his chest. My muscles tightened around him, on the edge of climax. I felt him throb inside me. His heart raced and his breathing was ragged. He was close too, ready to come, and that was enough to push me over the edge into the most intense orgasm I'd experienced yet. Galen finished with one final thrust, his thigh muscles quivering between my legs as the last tendrils of pleasure racked his body. Holy shit, that was intense. He collapsed beside me, panting and slick with sweat, and molded his body to mine. I love the way you make me feel. Making love to you is, I don't know, I can't even put it into words. I wasn't sure any words existed to describe what I felt for Galen, or the things he did to me. You're my mate, Talia. I intend to spend the rest of my life making you feel this way. Galen wrapped his arms around me, pulling me tight against him, and nuzzled into my neck. His warm breath tickled the sensitive skin behind my ear. I lay there, wrapped in the cocoon of his arms and legs, relishing in the love I felt with his body pressed to mine, until his limbs went slack and sleep claimed him. He needed the rest. I'd exhausted him, expending more calories when I was supposed to be replenishing his body with food and water. I had a sneaking suspicion that he would say it was worth it. I eased out of his arms, careful not to wake him, and tiptoed to the bathroom, inching the door closed behind me. After answering nature's call, I took a quick shower and then drew a hot bath with the hope that Galen would be awake to join me in a nice long soak. But my hopes of a romantic bubble bath were dashed by the muffled sound of snores through the bathroom door. The sound made me grin as a surge of love for Galen rose up. I figured we could always have another bath together when he finally woke up. I twisted my hair into a messy bun on the top of my head and stepped over the edge of the tub. My toes pierced the layer of bubbles, reaching the near scalding water below, when I caught a glimpse of something moving in my peripheral vision. Galen. I withdrew my foot and turned, expecting to see the door open and my mate leaning against the jamb watching me with lust-filled eyes, but no one was there. The door was still closed. Everything in the bathroom was the same. Nothing was out of place and I was alone. Or so it seemed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I wrapped myself in a towel and flicked the switch to turn on the light bar above the sink, doubling the light in the bathroom and reducing the shadows to near zero. I scanned the small room for something or someone. That's when I noticed it. The lock on the doorknob had been turned sideways to the engaged position. Show yourself. I gripped the ends of my towel, holding it in place while I spun around and yanked open the linen closet door, attempting to surprise whoever was hiding inside. But there was no one there. Hello, princess. Hot acrid breath skated across my shoulder and wafted up to my nose, tripping my gag reflex. I retched and laughter skated over my skin. Now, is that any way to treat a friend? I turned on my heel toward the sound of the voice, but again no one was there. The master's been waiting for you. Fingers brushed my skin, tracing a line from shoulder to wrist. I jerked back, tripped on the bath mat, and stumbled into the bathroom counter, knocking over the beauty products that Valerie had stocked for me. Bottles crashed against the marble countertop and rolled to the floor. Glass shattered on impact with the tiles. Talia. Galen called out, his voice still groggy from sleep. Are you okay in there? Tell him you're fine. What felt like the tip of a knife pressed through the towel against my spine. Tell him to go back to sleep, or I'll sever your spine and then move on to your boyfriend. You'll heal. I can't have you paralyzed when I take you to the master, but the little prince out there? I'll ensure he's dead. Finally, I recognized the voice hissing in my ear. Shock burst through me, rolling the heat of betrayal through my veins. Darius? Too many questions swirled in my brain. I couldn't focus on just one. Where did he come from? How had he found the Diafol pack and slipped inside the encampment unnoticed? How had he gotten inside my bedroom? Was he there the whole time watching Galen and I make love, waiting to spring his trap? Tell him. Darius jabbed the point of the blade into my back, the tip piercing my skin. It's all right, just clumsy, I guess. I stammered my way through an explanation for the crash of cosmetics that had roused Galen from his sleep, and tried not to do the same with his suspicion. I was just going to take a bath. A bath, huh? Galen's voice was closer, just outside the door. Just a layer of bubbles between me and your naked body. Galen turned the doorknob, jiggling it when he discovered it was locked. The door's locked. He's defiled you for the last time. The master claimed you. You belong to him now. Darius's voice whispered in my ear. He wrapped his arm around my waist and moved the hand with the knife to my neck, the blade pressed just below my jaw. Talia, let me in. The door's locked. He jiggled it harder, and pounded his fist against the door. Who's in there with you? I heard someone. Galen pulled in a deep breath of air and smashed his fist against the door. I know that voice, that scent. Galen ripped the doorknob out of the door, knocking it off its hinges and appearing in the doorway, wild-eyed. Darius. You bastard. My master has waited long enough. Darius increased pressure on the knife, driving the blade deeper into my neck, sending a trickle of blood down to my clavicle. Don't move. Galen's eyes followed the trickle of blood. His mouth tightened and I could almost feel the effort it took him not to shift. I never trusted you, he snarled. There was just something about you, too eager, too opportunistic. My mate stilled, his body unmoving, but I could sense the wheels turning inside his mind. He was studying Darius, searching for a weakness before making his move. I know. Your father's death was supposed to distract you, throw you off your game, but it just pulled you and Talia closer together. Darius partially shifted his hand and dug his nails into my side. They were as sharp as the knife. Don't even think about moving. I'll gut her where she stands. And risk hurting her? What will your master say? Galen raised his hands in a placating gesture and tried to buy some time. He'll heal her. Darius pierced my side to prove his point. I gritted my teeth, holding in the moan. What do you want, Darius? Is there something I have that you want, something worth trading for Talia? Galen tried bargaining with him, but it was useless. We both knew he already had what he came for. No, I just like watching you squirm. Darius stepped back, pulling me with him. My master is so looking forward to meeting his bride. I turned my head as a shadow opened up behind us. Darius leaned back into the void, taking me with him. Galen's scream of rage and despair followed me into the darkness and echoed in my ears. Darius had ruined my plan to approach the demon wolf goddess, in a move I hadn't seen coming. Any hope of escape I had was gone. Lost in the darkness that surrounded us. I was about to meet the demon wolf god, my future husband. The final book in the Shifter Rejected series is up for pre-order now, here.